The Chicago Bears just finished up a busy free agency period. They was making moves before free agency opened. I think we brought in 6 or 7 new players that's gonna play important roles for this team. So these ain't just fluff players, depth pieces. These are starters that we brought in. We're gonna talk about each one today, and we're gonna get into some other free agent news around the league and a lot more right after this. Fellas, we back. Y'all know I was just thinking actually, and I didn't mention this when we was talking about it in the green room. This is our 1 year today. This is our 1 year. March 16th, right? It's March 16th, ain't it?
Yeah.
I went back and looked at our first episode, the one that Justin got traded on last year. It was March 16th. It was March 16th. I don't know if it was Sunday, but it was March 16th.
It was Saturday back.
Saturday.
It was Saturday, a Saturday show.
Yeah.
Well, look, happy anniversary, fellas, and
happy anniversary.
Yeah, we got a lot of shit to talk about today.
We even got Father Dev on the anniversary.
We got the whole squad in the building to talk about these free agent moves, free agent pieces. Who y'all want to start with first? Who y'all wanna dive into first?
I think we should start on the O line at some point.
All right, let's do the O line.
Joe Thuney.
Start with the big dog, Joe Thuney. Look,
where you go? You gotta go to Joe.
This move, this shocked us all. No, we didn't see, at least I didn't see this shit coming because, like I said, we had just did an episode on our free agent wish list. We was talking about dudes like Kevin Zeitler and Trey Smith, Will Fries, and stuff like that. Well, we lost out on Trey Smith, obviously. They weren't letting him go. They went with the younger option. And then they pulled off this trade. What was it? 4th round pick of 2026 for Joe Thuney. 32-year-old. Look, I was just telling y'all before we went on air. You normally don't want to make moves like this for 32-year-old players, but it's fucking exceptions for everything. And he is one of them. Like, y'all want to we'll go down his stats, or should I do it? First team All Pro last 2 years. This ain't second team. The first team All Pro. He had 2 MVP votes. Now it was from Tom Brady and Teddy Bruschi, dudes he played for, but still, you know what I mean? Still,
what I tell you, the goat vouchers.
Exactly. He didn't allow a sack last season.
Nothing.
Not one sack.
Nothing.
The dude had 1 penalty all year. We know how we had penalties, false starts. Now some of that's on Caleb and his cadence. Yeah. But this man right here had 1 penalty all fucking year. Now, the dude had to play a lot of left tackle, which is crazy. He played a lot of left tackle. He's not gonna do that for us. He's gonna play his normal position, left guard. But what else he did? Let's talk about his contract. So he's due 1 year, $16 million left on his deal. I can imagine we're gonna extend him.
At least 1 or 2 years. At least give him a couple more years.
Kind of line them up with the other contracts. There's a lot that we're gonna talk about today. The 3-year deals that we was talking about, how a lot of them are 3-year deals. They're probably gonna extend them to line up with those dudes.
And they're kind of extended out to the point where it coincides with Caleb's last year if they don't decide to end that.
Yeah,
or extend that rookie contract.
There's a such thing as a franchise tag. You can franchise tag any player you want. I know it's crazy to franchise tag a guard, but you can franchise tag people. You can delay it a little bit too. But it's Joe Thuney though. You know who he pack? You know who he protect? Goats. He protect goats. The greatest quarterback. Think about it. The last 20 years, he's protected the greatest quarterbacks in that era.
Yeah, absolutely.
He protected Tom Brady. He protected Patrick Mahomes.
He's worked with the best. So,
because he's the best. So, I don't care. He's 32.
Nah, I mean, his resume is crazy. He won, was it 4? I think he won 4 Super Bowls. He won Super Bowls with the Chiefs and the Patriots. So he ain't just protected. They're winning.
It wasn't like last year when we were talking about Coleman Shelton having a Super Bowl win with the Rams, where he like was a backup center. No, this guy was like
his jersey was clean
factor in those games.
We talked about, at least I mentioned it a lot, how we had 8 captains and not one of them was an O lineman. This dude gonna be a captain.
We got at least 2 offensive linemen. We got 2 linemen that's gonna be captains for sure. We'll get into that later. But he is one. He got 4 stars. In fact, if they could put a 5th, he should have 5. He should have a Chicago flag under that with the C over it. Like,
y'all think about this? About Joe Thuney? Now, if I'm or not, is he slotted in as the Bears' best player on offense already? Would y'all say that, or would y'all disagree with that?
That is nice. I hate you. That is nice.
I'm just saying that, like that.
He is like when you said it, I thought about. I'm like, you're right. He might be. He is. I think, like I said, he is. He's like I said. You said one penalty.
Definitely got the most the best resume of everybody on the Bears offense.
Right.
That's for sure. Yes. I won't necessarily go as far to say as he's the best player. Like there may be somebody who because of his age, I will say that that does play a little bit of a factor, but he was still playing at a very high level last year, even with how old he is. So I don't see him being not being the best player, but the thing that he brings more than others, we were looking at Trey Smith, hoping that we got the chance for him and stuff. Trey Smith doesn't bring that veteran presence of hey, I've been around the block for a while. I know what I'm doing. I can help mentor these young guys. Trey Smith would come in and he'd fill a role. He would fill a position on that O-line. Whereas with Thuney, he comes in and he fills a position in the O-line, fills a position in the locker room. He kind of leads by example. And from what I was hearing from him in his press conference a little bit is it's not he's more the type that leads by example than gets up and gives big speeches and stuff like that. He can pull people to the side and talk with them one-on-one, hey, you got to do this when this happens and stuff like that. And it's you talk about Karan maybe making that jump into left tackle. Thuney, he played left tackle last year, and we said that it wasn't great, but having a guy like him next to him, if Karan ever gets to that point where he's playing, having this guy with lots of experience, he can give him tips and pointers. It'll kind of be a crutch that you can lean on if you need to kind of get your footing. It's not getting thrown in there like he was last year. Last year, he was just thrown to the Wolves.
He was thrown to the Wolves last year, and like you said, Joe Thuney can help him a lot. Even if it's not verbal help coaching him up, dude. You got him blocking next to you. You know your inside is safe. You don't got to worry.
You don't got to worry about it. Yeah.
You could just handle your business and do your job because Joe Thuney's right there and he's not gonna make any mistakes. But this is the thing with Joe Thuney though. We just praised him for his Super Bowls and success with the Patriots and the Chiefs. Now that is a lot of extra football games you're playing. That's a lot of extra football being played in the trenches by this dude that's 32 years old. Now he's been durable. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think he only missed 2 games in his entire career. That's what I'm seeing. I could be wrong on that one, but he's durable. He can. There's nothing that shows us There's nothing that shows us that this dude is injury prone. Now we'll see because you know how people act when they come to Chicago. We get the worst versions of that player or coach or whatever the fuck they are. So we'll see.
Catch an injury bug.
Something like that. But Joe Thuney, this dude, I think I think 9 seasons. I think he went to the playoffs in 8 or something like that. Like that shit is crazy. This dude knows how to win. He gonna be, like I said, a captain for sure, and hopefully he help Drew Dalman too, because Drew Dalman, we'll talk about him. That's another young cat on that O line that could use some help. What else y'all got on Joe Thuney?
Everybody think because he's 32, everybody think Joe Thuney been in the league for 10. Joe Thuney only got 5 seasons on his belt. And I think 4 of those seasons he won a Super Bowl. He was drafted in 2016. And he had a stint where he didn't play for 3 years.
9.
From 2017, he didn't play from it said right here, I'm looking at the stats, it says 2016, 2017, and then he didn't play till 2020.
Why not?
Because Bill Belichick.
Playing in New England.
New England. Bill Belichick will bench you if you're not ready. If you don't want to do what he wants you to do, he'll do. But even on that.
Oh, you mean okay. I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying? Like if you're not in the plan for Bill Belichick, you ain't gonna have no matter how good you. And that's why he said what he said. He's like, I know how to be a professional. I know what it feels like to be a professional. I know what it feels like to be coached by an actual coach who's going to say, hey, you not ready. Sit your ass down. You not doing what I'm asking you to do. I don't care who you is. I don't care. I'm a coach. I'm coaching this team. If you're not ready and you're not doing what I told you to do, you'll be on the bench. You know what I mean?
It makes sense that there was something going on with his tenure in New England, because how do y'all let him go? Like, you know what I mean? How does he end up with the Chiefs and he's this dominant left guard? So it makes sense that he was some turmoil with him and Bill Belichick or whatever was going on in New England.
I just think it's just Bill being Bill. Bill, like, hey, look, Bill Belichick is the type of coach, and I want to put that like, I want people who are going to do what I tell them to do because it's my job. Like you put who was that you put up there? The coach that was cursing people out. He said, if you fail, Todd Monken. Yeah, if you fail, I'm gonna be coaching San Melita High School. I'm gonna be fired. You not like I'm not gonna give you.
You're gonna still be here. I'm gonna lose my job.
I'm gonna lose my job, and that's what coaches do. Coaches coach. Like I have a plan and the success thing that I want to do. And if you don't do it, that's like when you were saying it, Dave. Like we watched his presser. He said, "I've seen what it takes to be a professional. I've seen what it takes to develop. I've been there. We can talk about his 4 Super Bowl wins and all this other kind of stuff, but he knows. He knows what it feels like to be moved. He knows what it feels like to be left out or benched. Like, hey, I just didn't get enough, and it didn't hurt my feelings. All I did was came back and did better. When they sent me to Kansas City, what did he do? He said, "I'm Joe Thuney. I'm still great. I know what I'm doing." I mean, like you said, 1 penalty, 1.
Dude, I was screaming at the TV all last season with the false starts we was getting. The false starts. It would be one player who would get 3 or 4 in one game.
3 or 4 in one series down the field.
Yeah.
This guy again. Remember this guy again? You don't know what you're doing. This dude, he know what happens when when you mess up with a real coach. Oh, you want to keep your false starts? You can stay clean and sit over there on the bench. You stay clean.
I think Ben Johnson gonna be that too. I think he gonna hold these dudes to a high standard. So.
Hold them to a high standard. So you want to keep doing that? Guess what? I can find somebody that's gonna do that job right, and that's why I like the Joe Thuney thing. It's like everybody keeps saying he's 32, but like he really didn't even play the whole entire time that he should have been playing for whatever reason. So he like red shirt, red shirt freshman. Like, dude, you still got gas in the tank, dog.
Yeah.
And you showed it time and time again. You showed it in New England. You showed it in Kansas. And you said, hey, look, do you know what? He didn't want to say it out loud because he seems humble as fuck, which is cool. He's like, do you know who I protected? And then when I thought about it, I'm like, think about who he protected. He protected great quarterbacks. And he made them, like you said, even last summer, you've been preaching this whole time, like, hey, what you call the inside of it, the guard, the King's Guard or whatever, Mark? What you call him?
Royal Guard.
The Royal Guard. He is knighted. He is Sir Joe Thuney. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
He protect kings, and he done it. And it's like, okay, he got to, but he got plenty of gas on the tank. And I didn't even think we would be able to get him.
No, absolutely not. It was this blindsided everybody. Like we were talking about Kevin Zeitler. That was one of my. That was one of the.
You want Kevin Zeitler? Or you want Joe Thuney?
Like, yeah,
they're the same age.
Joe Thuney can play all spots on that O-line.
He can, and what he
especially the interior.
He get out there. He play tackle. He can play guard. I mean, I'm surprised he can probably because Joe Thuney is a baller. He's a football player, dude.
There you go. That's a football player. It's a dog that we've been talking about for the last year. Like I said, it's the 1 year anniversary. So we've been talking about this shit for a year. We need dogs. We need dogs, and that Joe Thuney is one of them.
You need 6'5", 305 on your line. He's 6'5", 300 pounds, protecting your quarterback.
They were saying that you need somebody really on both sides of the line. Teams need somebody that like the other team is scared of going up against.
Mm-hmm.
And for the Bears this season, I'm pretty sure that'll be Joe Thuney. Like teams are gonna come in looking at him and be like, "Fuck, I don't want to go up against him." Like they don't like the play that gets called because now they're lined up against him and they know they ain't getting that quarterback.
It's gonna be a long game for you. It's gonna be a long game, and it's gonna be probably one of your not so good games.
Yeah.
They're not gonna have some good tape that game going against Joe Thuney. So
Joe Thuney listened to Ludacris before the game. Get back. You don't know me like that.
So obviously we all like this move, but when you put it all in context, the money, the age, the yada yada yada. What would y'all grade this Joe Thuney sign, or I won't even say sign and trade? What was this trade?
4th round pick. He was a 3rd round
2026 4th
2026 4th round pick. He's a 3rd round pick. So that's a plus. You got a 3rd rounder, even when he was drafted, a 3rd rounder for a 4th round pick. You got a Pro Bowler for a 4th round pick. You got a 4-time Super Bowl champion for a 4th round pick, and you know what he is.
Yep.
You ain't got to hit. Remember we talking about Ryan Post? You got to hit. You ain't got to hit with Joe Thuney. So it's an A+. It's easy.
A+.
If anybody say anything different, it's crazy.
I mean, I was gonna say A- at that point. Like, just the only thing I don't really like is his age, but like we've kind of talked about, is he's still got a lot of gas in the tank from whatever it was that caused him to miss the 3 years or whatever that he did. As far as like statistical, I can't imagine that in 3 years of playing, there would be no opportunity for him to for an injury to happen so that he gets to play in a game or something. Like if he just never got a chance to play in those 3 years, then there's a lot of he goes deep into the playoffs, but the good thing is he knows how to keep his body conditioned to do that.
Yes, absolutely.
There isn't very many Bears players that know what it's like to play 19, 20 games in a season. He knows what it's like to basically go all the way to the end, and you have to dig down deep to find just a little bit of energy to win this last game.
Yeah.
Whereas Bears players are after 17 games, they're usually okay, we're done.
No. How many years Aaron Rodgers said?
3.
How many years Jordan Love said?
3.
Oh! What is the problem when people say that? Sitting is not a bad thing. It's you are learning and earning, and you watching and you developing and you being. But the thing is, when a lot of people say, "Oh, well, he sat this," I heard people say, "Well, he sat out this season. He did something this." That. I'm like, yeah, but what did he do when he actually was on the field?
Look,
he has seasons where he allowed 0 sacks in 3 consecutive seasons.
In my opinion, when you're talking about sitting, in my opinion, I think all rookie quarterbacks should sit their first year at least. With Justin, I wanted it with Nagy when they drafted him. I wanted Justin to sit. I did not want him to. Now he had to get.
He sat for a month,
and they had to throw him in there because of injury to Andy Dalton or whatever. But no, like you said, sitting is not a bad thing at all. And Patrick Mahomes sat his first year. Now he was oozing talent in practice that whole year, so they knew they had to throw him in. But
Michael Penix Jr. would have sat his whole year if not.
Michael Penix would have sat. JJ McCarthy
JJ probably would have sat. Even without the injury. If you see Sam Darnold gave you 12 wins, 13 wins. How many wins the Vikings had last season? Something like that.
Yeah, you don't walk away from that.
You let him keep rolling.
Sam?
You let him keep rolling. He just got what he just get from Seattle, like $100 million plus.
I thought it was like 110, 101.
110, 120.
He got a massive contract.
But see, I will say he went from a pretty solid team with good receivers to the Seahawks. He ain't gonna repeat himself this year.
Yeah, like I said.
So it's a good thing for him that he got his bag because he ain't getting another bag like that.
Probably not. He probably won't replicate that success there. But yeah, look, sitting is definitely not a bad thing. It is an adjustment coming from college to the NFL, and a lot of these dudes need to sit. Now some people you got the Caleb Williams, the Trevor Lawrence. Now I don't know, it's kind of hard to sit a number 1 overall pick, but if we had a guy, I wouldn't mind Caleb sitting his first year. I wouldn't have minded it. We didn't have nobody. We can't. There's no way he could have sat for us. So, okay, you got an A+ at the bottom with Wes.
A+.
And Dev gave him an A-. I'm right with y'all, fellas. I'm gonna go A+ as well because it's about damn time. Look, I've been talking shit about Ryan Poles and signing these Coleman Sheltons, these Ryan Bates, trading for Ryan Bates and Nate Davis, all this weird stuff going on. This is a move. This is a fucking move for real that you could be excited about. And unfortunately,
shows he came to play.
This is the pinnacle for me of these moves. The other ones, I ain't as high on like I am with the Joe Thuney. You won't be getting A's from me with the other moves, and we're gonna talk about them. But look, let me plug this real quick because look, if you're tuning in right now to the Black Bear Podcast, I'm your host Mark Robb with my co-host in the building, Chef West at the bottom of the map, Father Dev to the right of me. Look, we back, fellas. It's a long off season. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to discuss today. But hit that like button for us. Subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast. One word, no spaces. You can find us on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Where y'all want to go next, fellas? Joe, let's stick with the O line, like you said, Dev. Okay. Let's go to Jonah Jackson. Like I just said, we gave our A's and A+ for that last move. Jonah Jackson, 28 years old, signed a 3-year, $51 million contract last year with the Rams. Unfortunately, he got hurt. You say what?
I said 51, and he played out of position.
And so a lot of people want to know what happened with him. He did get hurt, and they was trying to make him play out of position, and it just didn't work out for him. I think he fractured his scapula in week 2, and he lost his starting spot. He never was able to get it back. Now, Jonah Jackson,
injured reserve. I thought that they'd already accepted that they were moving to somebody else, and he was playing well, I guess.
Yep. Before he was with the Rams, because he played that 1 year with the Rams, he signed that 3-year deal. We did play 3 years under Ben Johnson with the Detroit Lions, and he was a Pro Bowler. He had a Pro Bowl season. I think it was 2021, I want to say. So he's played some good football. We've seen him play good football. Now, it's great that Ben Johnson is familiar with the dude, but he is due $17.5 million in 1 year. this one season. They did extend him too. I don't know if y'all saw that, but they gave him a 1-year extension. So I think we got him for the next
3 years,
2 years, 3 years. They kind of lining up with the other 3-year contracts.
Everybody else, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know who else? That's that Caleb Williams deal.
Yes, because look, we spent a lot of fucking money, and we had to, because once you sign Caleb, you're not going to have the luxury to spend. You know what I mean? So you got to do it while he on his rookie deal. He spent 4 seasons with Detroit. Like I said, 2021, he was a Pro Bowler. This is another dude that can play all positions on that interior O-line.
I don't think he can play it as well as Joe Thuney can, but
no, absolutely not. But this was a 6th-round pick. This was a 6th-round pick for this year we traded. And it was actually the Justin Fields pick that we got from the Steelers. So you see how
we really didn't lose that.
Much. Yeah.
So basically, Ryan Poles turned Justin Fields into a
Pro
player
Bowler.
That would have helped Justin Fields a lot.
Into a Pro Bowler. You took that pick and made it a Pro Bowler. Remember that, Mark? I mean, like I said, I've been thinking when these things happen, Mark, you was on my mind, brother. I'm like, I remember last summer, you were like, oh yeah, we getting these Coleman Sheltons and these 2nd and 3rd string linemen. I'm like, we going out there, we trading, and we buying Pro Bowls, Super Bowl champions. That's what we're doing right now.
This was the Joe Thuney and these trades. These are trades. So that really tells you what Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson thought about the free agent lineman class. They didn't like it too much. You know what I mean? They said, fuck that. We're not going and throwing all this money like we're going to talk about what the Minnesota Vikings did. They said we're going to trade for some guys because I don't like what we see out there. Jonah Jackson is just like Joe Thuney, only gave up 2 sacks. 2 sacks over his last 3 seasons.
Oh shit!
3 seasons. Yes, Jonah Jackson played some good football.
He's the other guard, right?
Yeah, he'll be playing right guard. Now he's a left guard, but they're gonna make him play right guard because they ain't moving Joe Thuney. That's his spot. His issue is he's just been hurt. He's just been banged up. Like he's had some knee injuries, some calf injuries. Like he's been banged up, not like major injuries like the scapula, but he has been banged up, and that is that's a little red flag. But 6th-round pick, 6th-round pick
for Pro Bowl.
Now you got to pay him 17.5 this year. We talked about it. I think did you send it? I think one of y'all sent the picture in the group chat. I might be wrong, but the Bears now paying. I think we got like that one of the highest.
Oh yeah, we're in the top 5 as far as like offensive line payments, which I'm fine with because it's for the longest time we were probably in the
we never spend no money. R.I.P. to Virginia, but we don't spend no money. We weren't that people.
Not for players that don't sell jerseys.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the Cowboys. Look at a lot of these people. Like, look how remember I put in a chat, I'm like, I'm waiting for that somebody to blow me away better than my team. And the Joey Bosa thing was kind of like, okay, cool. Because I said Trey Hendrickson, I was like, that would be the one that I was like, oh, like, wow.
Right.
But ain't nobody, they not like us. Like, I'm listening to Kendrick Lamar every day. They not doing what we do. Like, we are solidifying this thing.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen that big domino. Like we talked about the Metcalf trade, that was kind of big. And honestly, if you're a quarterback, you should kind of want to go throw to Metcalf and George Pickens. But
he might as well have Tommy DeVito. You don't got nobody throwing you the ball. You wide receiver.
Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito. Go. Go get your spaghetti on, bro. Like it doesn't even matter. Like Sam Darnold and then Cooper Kupp in Seattle. Like it's Sam Darnold and Cooper Kupp in Seattle. Who else on the NFC North? What else y'all got? Because everybody keep throwing on offense like, well, what about Jaden? I'm like, what about him? They sure enough, they got what was it? Larry. I think they got Tunsil. That's
Laramie. Yeah. He got a lot of penalties last year. I kind of see why the Houston Texans traded him, but that was still crazy.
Y'all would have got him, but then y'all would have got Deebo Samuel. Everybody called fat and all this other kind of stuff and unprofessional and all this. Like, you might as well go get What's the dude I hate? What's the wide receiver I hate? What's his name? I think we traded a second round pick for him from the States.
Oh, Claypool.
Oh God, Jesus Christ! Don't say it out loud. Don't say it so loud. Oh God, I hate that dude. Like you might as well got Claypool. Like you didn't get nobody. Like come on, dude. Like it's not that. Like this. What I liked about Jonah is when what he said. Everybody came and I was like, well, let me see what he said in this present. He said, he was like, basically what he said is like, y'all forget how I played under Ben Johnson.
Yes, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can say I was banged up. You can say I wasn't worth the money that the Rams gave me. This is what I got out of it. He didn't say this verbatim, but this is what I got out of it. Y'all can say I got overpaid. Y'all can say I was not there. I was injured. I was banged up. All that stuff. But remember how I played under Ben Johnson. It's like Phil and Michael. You know, it's like, hey, remember how I play under this guy? You remember what this guy gives me on the field?
The Ben Johnson thing is great because, like we were just talking about before we went on air, he wants smart linemen. Dude, Ben Johnson ain't just running one scheme. You know how they like these coaches, they got their scheme that they run. Hell nah. He's gonna run his shit, and then he's gonna run some of their shit, and then some of this, and then some of that. You have to be smart as an old lineman to run under Ben Johnson, and Ben Johnson believes in him. So look, these moves. I agree with go ahead,
Greg Dave. Greg is saying that they didn't coach him to his abilities in LA, and it sounds like they weren't even looking at what he could do because we were talking about how he played out of position.
Yep.
So it's like, well, how are you going to like fault the guy for not doing so well when clearly the team doesn't even know what he does best? They just see, he was a good player when he played for the Lions and he was on the O-line. So let's just pick him up and stick him where we need him.
Now, I definitely agree with that too because I think they had him play center a little bit. Like it's just things that you don't want to have to reinvent yourself at that stage in your career. Now he gonna do it because they gave him 3 year, $51 million. I'm gonna do what you tell me to do, what you asked me to do, but it just wasn't a good fit in LA. So I hope people don't really look at his tenure in LA and define him by that because it just wasn't a good fit, honestly. This move, because this move happened before the day before Joe Thuney, right? I think Joe Thuney was traded for the next day. I think
he was the first one we got, and I was trying to figure out who Jonah Jackson was.
Who Jonah Jackson was, and I was
trying to figure that out too.
When the move went down, I was just, I was a little.
You were sitting there like Ryan pulls up to his same old shit again, right?
Up to the same old shit, and then I dug a little deeper into what was going on, and I seen Ben Johnson had his hands all over it because he coached the kid or the man for 4 years. But then the Joe Thuney move happened, and then the Joe Thuney made this move look a lot better, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? So, but look. Y'all got more info y'all want to put out on Jonah before we get some grades?
This is overall, but I'm just saying these people, if you watch the person, these people said, I saw what Chicago was doing and I want to be here. I want to be a part of what Chicago is doing. Like some of these players, we get into it when we get to the next person because I don't want to go to Drew.
Because it's really
they taking less money. They renegotiate their contracts. They like, how do I fit in? Because I see what you got. I see what you're doing.
Right.
And it goes back to what I've been saying. Remember what I said? I'll see what I heard Ryan post. I saw stuff and didn't say nothing. He probably said like, dude, like, I don't think he's smart enough. But when he look at Ben Johnson, when he hear Ben Johnson, I'm pretty sure when Ben Johnson talks to him, he like, man, dude, yeah.
Ben Johnson probably makes that man's job so much easier.
So much easier. And that's the whole point. And that's what I'm saying. It's just crazy. And that was like after Joe Jackson, they was like, oh yeah, he was drafted to the Lions. Ben Johnson, I'm like, okay. Let's bring out our big time coach, one of his people. Even if Jonah Jackson was a bust or wasn't going. I was like, but you still got to make your big time head coach happy. That's what we doing. That's when he said we are aligned. So that's what he wanted. I give him his guy. Then I started looking at him like, this dude 6'4", 6'5", 320 pounds in the middle.
Massive.
It take a lot to push that over. I ain't pushing that over. A lot of people ain't pushing over that.
Greg put a question in here for us. Said, what do you guys see as drafting at 10, or do you think we move down?
Stay tuned, Greg. We're gonna get there.
We're definitely gonna cover a little bit of that. As just to answer it a little bit right now, because we're gonna get into it later in the show. But I definitely don't see us moving down. Look, it can happen. I don't want to say definitely don't, because we can definitely move down, but I do think the Bears are in a position to take best player available, and I think that's what they want to do. I think they finally want to be able to do that and draft a dog, whether that be Tyler Warren, Ashton Genty, or any of these other dudes that people are drooling over in the draft. So that's my take on that. Great, the Jonah Jackson move. I went last time. I agree.
Father Dev go first.
Okay, go ahead, Dev. You can go in there and get your grade first.
I was gonna say, kind of like, so when it happened, I was looking at the grade as like maybe a B, maybe B minus, like when it first happened, and then the next day it kind of pushed that up to like an A minus. Just
that
because
Joe Thuney made it look so much better.
Okay, these two big centerpieces to your interior offensive line. It's like, okay, now they're getting somewhere. Like when you just picking up one of those guys. Now, granted, if we're grading just Joe Thuney, that's a big get. So that's why he gets a better grade just to start off like from the get-go. But like with what we already have at this point, I'm looking at it like, okay, well, this is what they're doing in the trades. You know they're going to be doing more in the free agency. So I really do like this trade. We didn't give up much to get him, and we got ourselves a starter that we already talked about. Like, what starter are you going to get in the 6th round? Like that pick we gave up. What starter are we going to get with that pick? Not very much.
Right. Exactly.
It's a very small.
So
opportunity.
Are you still sitting at a B, or what did it?
I'm at a B plus.
Push up to after the Joe Thuney? B plus.
I'm at a B plus, like literally just below an A minus, but like B plus because it's still not like a home run pick, I would say, but it's still a really.
It ain't the Joe Thuney move.
Exactly.
Okay, I got you. Want me to go next, Wes?
Go right ahead.
I'll go. Okay, so originally, I ain't gonna lie. When I seen it, it was a C for me. It was a C originally for me. I didn't know Jonah Jackson. I didn't know the 4 years of in Detroit, Pro Bowl 2021, Pro Bowler in 2021. I didn't know that. I know it now. I do like this move. It's definitely a B minimum, at minimum for me. The Joe Thuney signing like I said, it makes it even better. I could go all the way up to a B plus, but I won't. I'm gonna keep it at a B just because of his injuries. Like that, he's been banged up. He has been. And these dudes we signed, Joe Thuney, Jonah Jackson, and then we'll get to the other ones. They will need some depth behind them. I just will. We got to hit in the draft and get some guys that can come and take their place. Joe Thuney's old. He's older, 32. He won't be here forever. You need the draft. That's why, Wes, that's why I keep talking about this draft, because it's very important. What we did now is fine, but you need depth behind him. You do. You just knew Joe Thuney got a lot of tread on his tires. Jonah Jackson has a history of being injured. Like, let's call it what it is. He has a history of being banged up. I don't want to say injured. Hurt, rather. Hurt. It's a difference between being hurt and injured, but B for me, definitely a B. I like the move, especially when you look at everything in totality that we've been doing. Oh, this is definitely a B at minimum. Go ahead, take it away, boss man.
Well, you know, I hate when you say what I want to say, but It's just a B. It's a B.
He hates agreeing with you, Mark.
It's a solid B. It's a solid B. It's a solid B. It's for all the reasons you said. The injuries, the what ifs. Just Jonah Jackson in general is kind of like it's really a C. Right?
That's what it was originally for me, but
it really is a C. But when you think about what he said, who he is, with Ben Johnson, and like you brought up Joe Thuney, and now with Drew Dalman and all that kind of stuff, you like, okay, this Ben's dude. Ben know how to make him a B.A. LA,
bingo.
McVay made him a C. The Rams made him a C.
I like
C
that.
minus.
I like that.
You see what I'm saying? But Ben Johnson know how to make him a B plus, A minus, like A player. He know how to make him a Pro Bowler.
And not to cut you off, Ben Johnson said that we are going to get Pro Bowl caliber out of him. That's what he said in the press conference.
It is.
We're going to.
And that's what I was going there right there. Okay. Stay on my mind, Mark. I was going to say that. If you listen to the press, that's what Ben said. He said, I know how to make this guy a Pro Bowler. And then he turned around and said, he knows how to make me a Pro Bowler. He's not going to put me in a situation that I'm not supposed to be in. He's not going to make it easy for me either. On top of that, he's going to make me work so I can get to the Pro. We finna have probably 2 or 3 old linemen that might make the Pro Bowl next season. You see what I'm saying? That might. I'm just saying. It's just a hypothetical, is what I'm saying. But they all like these guys have already been there and did it.
They have, yes.
So why can't? So if I'm saying it, I'm not saying like they will, but they know how to get there. They know what it takes to get there.
They've been there before.
So at the end of the season, when we look up, they say, "Oh shit, the Bears got 3 offensive linemen in the Pro Bowl." Don't be fucking surprised. Because this is what these guys already done. And with Jonah Jackson, it is the reason I like it so much because it tells me that the Bears organization believes in Ben Johnson.
I just got one question.
Yeah.
Because I remember like looking a little bit into some of the guys that we've got. And so these 2 guys that we've talked about so far, I haven't really looked into which they're better at as far as run protection or pass protection.
They're good at both.
They're good at both. Okay, that was going to be my question.
It's not a drift off major. Like they might be a little bit better at pass or a little bit better at run, but these, like I said, to be a Pro Bowler, you have to be well rounded.
That's true.
You know what I mean? Like to be an all-star, you have to play offense and defense. Like to be, to win a Cy Young, you have to have a good curveball, a good knuckleball, and a good fastball. Like you have to have all these kind of things to be in those kind of positions. These guys can. With Joe Thuney, the only thing we down on Joe Thuney with is his age. With Jonah, it's you got $50 million. And you was kind of injured, and it's like, yeah, but I played 7 different. I played. They kept shifting and moving and all that stuff. And if you understand how, like we know how the line works, it's like you have to communicate. Ben Johnson said, he's like, I want smart offensive linemen so they can communicate like where we need to be. But if I took you, Dev, and I put you from left tackle to center, it's like your communication has to change. What you're doing has to change. Your role will change. So when you shift people up and down that offensive line, things change. And how they communicate change. And who they communicating to changes. Remember, you even brought it up last season. You was like, I've never seen, I think it was our right guard. I've never seen him have to tap the center to snap the ball. That's weird.
I will admit, I've seen that a lot more around the league as well.
It's a road game thing. When you're on the road,
kind of thing. It's kind of a thing. But I mean, you brought up, but my whole thing's like the communication changes, all that kind of stuff. But
here's the thing, though. We might not have to do that with this next guy we got coming up.
Well,
maybe.
And because I just dropped the Drew Dalman footage, I cut some tape on it this past week, and when it was against the Vikings, I purposely looked at the tape. against the Vikings, and yeah, they were using the silent count as well because they were at what is that Chase Bank Stadium or some shit like that. But yeah,
we'll get into it. But did you Garmin grab two dudes like this? Grab two Vikings. You still do that? You got it in the table. I saw it on Twitter. I'm like, he grabbed too much. He said, I'm going to try to grab both of y'all. Like, and my whole thing with Jonah, for me, it's okay. We can talk about being banged up and injured. That's happened. It's football. But what did he do when he actually was playing? He tried his best to play every position you asked him to play. Mm-hmm. And when you put him where he was supposed to be, he was a Pro Bowl. That's all I need to know. When he played his true position, he was a Pro Bowl.
Our guy, put it back up there. I got Bear Truth in the chat. You know, I got a shout him out every time I see him in the chat.
Sir. So to me, it's a solid B.
Solid B from me. Solid B from you, Dev. You had a B plus, a B as well. Look,
and he Ohio State.
Huh?
Ohio State, Mark. He went to Ohio State.
Buckeye. You know them Buckeye linemen, just like Badger linemen. I don't like to give the Badgers too much credit, but they produce some good linemen. They do. And so does them Buckeyes. Look, Ben Johnson, people did not think it could be done. Now, we got to wait and see. We do got to wait and see, but that goes without saying. I shouldn't, I don't have to really say that. He flipped the O-line. We
Bears fans, we always gotta wait and see.
Exactly, because we get our hopes up and get let down. But man, these first two moves we talked about combined. Now, if you're going to combine them together, it's A. You know what I mean? Let's get into this next guy because we've been talking about him a little bit, and I think this is the most important. I think this is the most important in terms of positional value.
He was like Ben Johnson.
I think he has the highest potential.
No, he was like Ben Johnson. Everybody knew, like, hey, look, Chicago, you need to go get Ben Johnson. And our O-line, before we did anything else, everybody was saying, hey, guess what, Chicago? You know Drew Dahlman is going to be a free agent. That's who you need to go get. So you can change Jonah Jackson and then put Drew Dahlman up there. Let's put my man's up there.
Drew Dahlman, the center. Well, he was just said it. Everybody knew number one ranked center in the free agency because after him, I think Coleman Shelton was like number 3. So it's like we're not doing that. The free agency class just wasn't that great, and we got the number one center in the draft. What I got? So he had a 95% pass block rate, which ranked 9th among all centers. There's 32 starters. He ranked 9th among all centers. With Drew Dahlman, what is he? 26, right?
Yes, sir.
26 years old. What's that contract for him?
Drew Dahlman. We giving Drew Dahlman
3-year deal, 40.
3-year deal, 42.
42.
Yeah.
What's that come out to? Like 14
a year. Yes, sir. 14 a year.
A lot of people. So when you go into free agency, it's just like business with anything. Supply and demand. Supply and demand. There wasn't that much of a supply, but there was a lot of demand. So you would think we would have to pay Drew Dahlman a lot more than what we gave him. $14 million ain't even. He's the second highest paid center in the league, though. Still with the 14.
But they were expecting 18, 19 million that we were going to have to shell out for him.
Absolutely, and we got away with one. The dude. Look. So this is my thing with Drew. He's not. This ain't the Joe Tooney. You know what I mean? This is not. I want to draft a center. None of these moves that we made keeps me from drafting backups for them. You know what I mean? Future backups. I mean, if there was a center in the draft worth a second round pick, I'd look into that too. You know what I mean? Because you see what the Eagles did with Jason Kelce retired. They slide Cam Jurgens right in there behind him. Tush push, don't miss a beat. You know what I mean? You have to
win a Super Bowl,
and they go win the Super Bowl. So you have to keep. This doesn't make this signing doesn't make you not draft a guy behind him. But Dahlman was how long was he with with what year was he drafted? I had it and I'm just blanking.
2021.
2021. So he was with the Falcons his entire career.
Yeah.
What I want to do is I took some I took some footage from, I believe it was the Hogan Johns podcast. They interviewed a reporter from the Falcons who followed him his entire career.
Mm-hmm.
And because the Bears fans, we gonna be hyped, we gonna be geeked about whoever we bring in. You brought
up his contract, and we talked about the 42 million, 14 million. People just want to pay him more. Teams just want to pay him a lot more money than that to come to their team. And he said, I took less money to come into Chicago because this is where I want to be. I see it. I know what it is. I know what they got. They got Joe Tooney. They got Jonah Jackson already. Put me in the middle. Put me in, coach. I'll take less. And we talk about less money. This is not like us regular folk. He didn't take a dollar less an hour. He took millions of dollar pay cut to come and be a Chicago Bear. Not many players in free agency have done that in our lifetime.
And that says a lot because it's when you go into free agency, you're not just, it's not like, oh, he's the best D tackle or best center out there. Let's just throw some money at him. They gotta want to come to you. They got other teams with better weather that that they want to go play in and live in and move their family to. So it's a lot of factors that play in. So the fact that Drew Dalman took when is the last time a player took a pay cut? We were talking about Khalil Mack coming here. You was gonna have to overpay with the state of the Chicago Bears. You usually gotta overpay to get people in here. You know what I mean?
And then you the number one person at your position in the free agency.
Yes.
And you can take less money. So number two probably get paid more than you and go to the Giants or whatever, somewhere else. And you like, nah, I want to go to Chicago. I want to be a Bear. That's crazy.
Now, Drew Dalman was hurt last year. We got to talk about it. He was hurt last year. He basically snapped his ankle too, a bad ankle injury, and he only played 9 games last year. He played 9 games, I believe, but he came back, and that's the thing. And I know when he came back, the Bears definitely looked at his footage, his tape before the injury, and they made sure they absolutely had to look at his tape after the injury because you don't make this move unless you're okay with how he looked after his injury. And apparently it's not an issue. Bear Troop said right now as we speak, what do we need to get those teams close to a top team? What positions and type of players?
Whatever we want.
At this point,
whatever we want. Think about it. Finally, whatever we want.
Top player in the draft. Yeah, well, like you said, whatever we want.
You want to go get a safety? You want to go get a running back? You want to go get another D lineman? You want to get an offensive lineman? You want to go get a linebacker? Like, we're shored up, but we definitely need to build it out smartly. Like, don't just go out there willy-nilly. True, but it's not like we looking. We need a position. We can definitely bolster our position rooms for sure, but it's not like it's,
keep going.
No, I'm just saying it's not like we have to like, oh man, we got to. Yeah, I mean Braxton Jones. We can talk about Braxton Jones. We can talk about Karan. Like, yeah, maybe we should get another left tackle, or maybe not. Maybe because Drew Dalman and Jonah and Joe is there. Maybe they bring them up. Maybe they mentor Darnell Wright and Braxton Jones and Karan up. Maybe they make them have that jump. We might not need to. And this is the first thing. This is why I like when I listen to a lot of people, they like, oh well, I'm not buying in yet. The Bears bit me all the time. I'm like, I can't remember looking at a Bears roster and going, if we want to. That's what we're talking about. That's why we're talking about Ashton Jeanty right now. Like, we could if we wanted to. Like, it's not as it's not like a specific like need, but it is a how do we keep this going for years and years and years to come for sure. So I don't know if that answers your question. I think that was Bare Truth or whatever, but that's how I feel.
Yeah, it is Bare Truth. Yeah, look, Bare Truth. Look, we were just talking about it. These moves we made don't keep you from drafting young talent behind them or getting some depth behind them. However you want to put it. Yes, you need it. We definitely need another D tackle because we're gonna talk about Grady Jarrett as well. He's another guy that's up there in age, and quite frankly, Gervon just has not done what second round pick probably should be doing at this point. So, and then look, a good running back and a left tackle. We talked about the left tackle as well. Braxton Jones is coming off a major injury, and they really thought before the injury with Braxton Jones, they thought Karan would be starting at some point. You don't draft the left tackle in the third round if you don't hope he takes Braxton Jones' spot. So, but we'll get into all of that. I want to play a clip just to give some more insight on Drew Dalman. It's a short clip. It ain't much, but I do encourage everybody
available in a year where
to check this interview out. It was a good interview from the Hogan Johns podcast. I'm sure everybody's familiar with Adam Hogan, Adam Johns, Bears beat reporters. I thought this was some good insight on Drew Dalman, and I wanted to bring more, but I can't just have all they whole podcast up here on our show. But
I don't like them either.
Well, you say what?
I don't like none of them, man. They Debbie Downers, dude. Like I don't like them.
Here they go. I think his name is Josh Kendall. This is Josh Kendall, reporter for The Athletic, I'm believing. And he covered the Falcons. So he's gonna talk about Drew Dalman, and he'll talk about Grady Jarrett once we get to him as well. This is what he had to say. Let me make sure my sound is up.
Free agent class of centers wasn't that impressive, and in the draft picks too this year, the draft prospects not as strong of a class when it comes to centers. It seemed like a foregone conclusion that he would be leaving the Falcons. As excited as Bears fans are about this, you're a Falcons guest now. I got to ask you this because good offensive linemen normally don't become available. So why was Drew Dalman sort of always pegged this offseason to be able to walk away from Atlanta and join a new team?
I don't think it's a red flag with Drew Dalman. I think it's more of an indication of the Falcons feel like Ryan Newsel, the guy that they've had in the pipeline behind Dalman, who has started in his place when he's been injured the last few years, was ready to go and was not much of a drop-off. I think Ryan Newsel is a drop-off from Drew Dalman. I think the number showed us that, particularly in the run game. But the Falcons don't think he was a significant enough drop-off to pay Drew, $14 million a year. Outrageous money, frankly. I'm a little surprised that they didn't match that. But they feel like they've been getting Ryan Newsel ready for this in case it happens, and that he's ready. He's an undersized guy. He doesn't fit in every system. He should fit in the Ben Johnson system if they have that sort of same wide zone run scheme. But that the Falcons had. So I'm not sure he was targeted by a ton of teams.
Drew Dalman, it was
Can y'all hear me? Because that just like wrecked my shit. But what I'm gonna do is because he was saying some good stuff in there about Drew Dalman, and unfortunately it was just like tripping out. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna upload him a different way and get that played. But he was talking about some of the stuff we talked about all season, where it's like good old linemen just don't come available. You know what I mean? You're good. Teams hang on to their good players, just like we all thought Trey Smith was going to become a free agent. Fucking Chiefs said, hell no, we're going to do what we can to restructure his contract. And oh man, I'm having some technical issues, but we're going to do whatever we can to restructure his contract and make sure Trey Smith stays here. He was talking about how that's not a red flag that old lineman was available. Don't get it twisted. Drew Dalman's a solid guy. They just saw kind of like with Jonah Jackson, once you get hurt, opens the door for your backup to come in and handle his business too. They just felt like they could pay the other guy or use this other guy that's on a rookie deal instead of paying him. So, but he also said Drew Dalman is undersized. I think people don't. When I posted the clip of Drew Dalman working against the Vikings, people were saying like, "Oh, so he's getting blown back, this and that and the third." He's a smaller center. He's a smaller dude. He's not the biggest dude. I don't even think he's 300 pounds. Probably is, give or take.
305.
Say that again.
They got him at 305.
305. So I just want people. The reason I'm playing these clips from these reporters just so people can get a bit better understanding of who these players actually are.
But like you said,
go ahead, Wes. I gotta fix something real quick.
Yeah, while you get that together, but you need to understand what he said too. He said the Falcons felt like the next guy coming up was ready and all this kind of stuff, and they feel like the Falcons felt like he wasn't that big of a drop off. He said, but I think he is a big drop off from Drew. You can call him undersized. You can call people like to use these measurements to critique people a lot of the times, but when we get the video up and you watch Drew Dalman work, he ain't. Hey, and this is my whole thing to Bears fan. I guarantee this: you ain't gonna see Drew Dalman laying down on the ground.
And how many times did we see that last year?
Exactly what I'm saying. You ain't gonna see him laying down, or he is working. He is working within the scheme of his job and all this kind of stuff. And yeah, if you want to get somebody 6'6", 325, 340, yeah, that'd be great. But I mean, how big is Nate Davis again? Nate Davis like 6'5", 325, something like that.
Nate Davis was a big dude.
A big dude. But he never showed up for work. You know what I mean? Like, so you can look at these measurements and critique it a little bit, and people could be like, well, why won't teams keep these guys and all that kind of stuff? But we know one thing in free agency, it's really, really hard to get a tried and tested offensive player. It's really, really hard because most teams, like he was saying with the Chiefs had to pick between Joe Thuney and Trey Smith. They went younger. Cool. Give me 2 or 3 years of Joe Thuney. Let me draft some more guards and linemen. Hey, Joe Thuney, these your guys. Teach them. That way, when he was saying with the Eagles,
throw in the fact that they've said that they want smarter guys, and we have our center went to Stanford. I mean, you don't get into Stanford just because you're good at football. You actually have to get into the school too. And he's very highly educated dude that we got kind of like as the quarterback of our offensive line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And like if you watch this presser, he said that. He said, I'm going to, when they asked him what he's going to do for KP, like, I'm going to take over. I'm going to take a lot of the stuff off the plate for him. That's my job.
Mm-hmm.
My job is to, okay, I hear the call. I will get the O-line in order. So Caleb don't even have to. Caleb needs to worry about audibles and quarterbacks and Mike, linebackers and all that kind of stuff. And if he want to slide the protection, he say, hey, Drew, I think it's going to be on the right. Drew is going to communicate to the rest of the line. Hey, this is how we finna attack this. Because we feel like pressure's finna come to the right. Mm-hmm. That way Caleb feels more comfortable like, oh, Drew got this. I don't have to worry about
it. And Drew can see it before, and see it and adjust it without Caleb even having to figure out what's going to happen.
Exactly. So when Drew put the call out there, you know what Joe Tooney going to say? I know this. I've done this. Okay, cool. Let's do it this way. You know what Jonah Jackson's going to think? Oh, I know this. I got this. They know the call. They know how to do it. They're going to mesh with it. So a lot of people was going to say, hey, he undersized and all that kind of stuff and everything. That's the only thing. And my whole thing is, everybody keeps saying he undersized. I'm like, okay, cool. But that's the same thing they said about Will Campbell.
When they say, you got to look at how they play the game.
Yeah, how they play. How you playing? Hey, Iverson was undersized. Isaiah Thomas was undersized.
Nate Davis was the perfect size.
Nate Davis perfect size. If you think about it, what's Super Bowl MVP for the Patriots? Wide receiver. What is Deion Branch? Undersized. 5'9.5", 5'10", wide receiver, Super Bowl champion, Super Bowl MVP. A wide receiver at 5'9.5", 5'10". So y'all say, you just got to do the work.
So I like what you're saying. I like what you're saying too, Wes, because this brings up another topic, a question I asked you, and I kind of asked it, but I said we'll talk about it once we get into the draft. Do you prefer traits or production? Do you care that his arms, as a left tackle, is 32 inches and you prefer 35 or even 34, but the dude ain't give up a sack in 4 years in college? Exactly. Do you know what I mean? Do you prefer traits or production? And just what do you prefer? And I know the Bears for sure, at least with Matt Eberflus, they love traits. Oh, they love, and Dennis Allen loved traits too. And one of the guys we're gonna talk about is a trait guy, and the production just ain't there. You know what I mean? So
Kevin White, y'all forgot about him. Chicago.
Kevin White out of Virginia. Yeah,
remember Kevin White? Everybody, he's 6'4", 6'5", big receiver.
Yeah, all the traits.
Couldn't catch a cold.
He was fast as shit too.
Velus Jones, y'all forgot Chicago, fast as shit.
Velus,
fast as shit. He got all of that. So, can't hold on, can't catch, can't stop.
You got to kind of balance it out, because you can get burned drafting dudes for strictly traits without the production, and they're not a football player. Are they a football player is really the question you can ask yourself. Drew Dahlman is undersized, but guess what? He's a football player. When you put him on that field, he lines up. He does his thing. Hey, so let me ask y'all this. Do I need to play that video again?
I don't think so.
Okay, you got enough out of it. Okay, I know it was tripping out. So.
Yeah, I know it cut it out, but we got exactly my point when I watched it, because I watched it too. I saw it too. He said they act, because a lot of people critiquing the Bears because we need to flip this offensive line. They're like, well, if they're gonna give you offensive lineman, maybe he's not that good, he's not that great, or something like that, or it's like you said, the analytics. He's small, he this, he that, and it's like, can he do? Can he do the job?
Right.
And like you said, I'll go, Dev.
So I was kind of thinking a little bit about what you were asking about with production versus traits. And as far as the draft and picking up players and stuff like that, if you pick up players for traits, you have to really trust that your player development is on point.
Absolutely.
The problem with the Bears over the past 3 years under Eberflus is they were picking up for traits, but their player development is shit.
Bingo.
So how are you going to pick up guys that have the right tools when you don't know how to give them those tools? You don't know how to put them in the best positions. You can't bring out the production from the traits. But if you pick the guys with the production, then you don't got to worry about the traits.
Right.
Like that. And so it's you could do either one. and I don't think that there's really a wrong answer, but
Nope.
You if you go the traits route, you have to have that production or the player development in place.
And that mindset made us pass on Jalen Carter.
Yeah, well, I think that was also the mindset of like
they thought he was going to be a locker room poison.
Yeah, that I would say that goes along with like the image thing that for some reason the Bears felt like they needed to uphold.
Yeah, yep. They
I don't
love
really
their
understand
image.
that.
The Bears love that image.
And my other thing is, can you do the job? That's my other thing.
And I feel like this time around, things are a little different. We got another guy that we're going to talk about that. Let's be real, like this dude is ballsy. He talks a bunch of shit. Like love seeing it. Loved his press conference and everything. And I'm sitting there like, this is not the guy. They said what he said to Jordan Love, and he's like, finish that sentence. The guy's like, I can't really finish it right now because we're live.
Dude,
and I'm sitting there like, this dude knows what he's all about. And I'm like, that would not have been on the Bears like a year or two ago or whatever. Like image wise, that is not what they would be willing to put up with.
So Devin, you asked about Jonah Jackson and Joe Thuney. What was their best attribute? Was it run blocking or pass blocking? Drew Dalman's definitely run blocking. Definitely run blocking.
That was why I was asking, was to get to the point of like, I didn't want it to be like we got three guys and none of them are really that good at pass blocking. And I knew that our center was better at run blocking. Now, if you have a center that's adequate at pass blocking, if I remember correctly, he's improved in that every single year that he's played. Like he's made improvements in his pass blocking rating. And so if you have a guy that at center that's adequate at pass blocking, but two anchors right next to him that are good at pass blocking, then you should be able to pass the ball. Like I'm also kind of looking at it like in a way of, how is this going to help Caleb develop as well? And if it was only run blocking inside interior linemen, then we'd be kind of screwed as far as like getting our quarterback up and running.
Well, and more from the reporter that covered the Falcons that we just watched and listened to. And I didn't have it in the clip, but he also went on to say, Drew Dalman is smart. He's an intelligent football player who's going to help Caleb make all the right calls. He's not going to miss a call. These are his exact words. I should have put it in the clip, but he said Drew Dalman won't miss a call. He'll take that off Caleb's plate. He'll be able to help Caleb to identify, because at some point Caleb will have to be able to identify it himself. But Drew Dalman won't miss a call. He'll know how to do handle all the stunts up front. And if you watch the tape I put out on him, that run blocking, he can run block. He can reach block. Yeah, he can.
He get up to that next level. He get up to that next level. And if you watch a lot of that reel with him behind Kirk Cousins, he get Kirk Cousins time. And on top of that, like he was just saying, he was like, he gonna make that call, and that gives Caleb somebody to go to and say, "Hey, Drew, why?
What'd you see?
We did that play. Why? What did you see? Why you go that way?" He's like, "Hey, Caleb, you didn't see him right there? He was coming. Oh, okay. It's Caleb Williams' development with people who already done it and know what they're doing.
Yes.
And they can tell Caleb this is why. And Caleb can write that in his little notepad and remember that for next time."
Y'all ready with you? Seeing these guys that they brought in this year, it really makes me a little disappointed that they didn't do this last year.
Oh, look,
but
I was saving that. I wasn't even gonna throw the cold water on Paul.
I mean, I'm gonna sit there and hopefully be like, okay, well, maybe these types of players weren't available last year for them to go after, and maybe they saw that they were looking ahead, saying if they can get enough to get them through to this year, they can get the players that they want. But I definitely think that Ben Johnson is a huge aspect in getting these offensive line
Absolutely.
and working. And I have to say that for me, it definitely looks like it's a Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson thing. I've seen a lot of people online saying like, oh yeah, it's all Ben Johnson. Ryan Poles isn't making any of the decisions. I can't agree with that. Like, it's still his job to be making some of those decisions. And I think they're working hand in hand, which I feel like didn't really happen with Eberflus.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Look. Ben Johnson is the influencer for sure, but guess who got to go in there and wheel and deal and make this 6th-round pick happen? It's already known that the Chiefs wanted like a 4th round, 5th round pick for this year. The Bears said absolutely not for Joe Thuney. Absolutely not. We'll give you a 4th next year. Poles is the one who got to go make this shit happen and make us and make sure we don't get fleeced in a deal. You know what I mean? So absolutely, they go hand in hand. They both handling business. Ben Johnson is definitely a bigger influence because we know where we were going when Eberflus was here. Poles is trying to implement Eberflus's vision. You know, obviously he got his own input, but at the end of the day, it's the head coach who got to coach these players and run the scheme. So Poles will do the best he can to go get the players that these coaches want. Now, as far as like not giving Poles any credit at all, look, y'all know how I feel about Poles, and I'm not gonna do that. I definitely got to give him some credit for what's going on. But you started that statement, Devin, with why we weren't been doing this. You know, why didn't we didn't do this last year or the year before? And that's still that especially when you draft a rookie quarterback, that pains me so much.
Well, but
you
see,
drafted it.
the big difference is, like you said, it's who the head coach wants.
Yes.
And if Eberflus last year was like, no, we need to go get Coleman Shelton, and Poles was like, honestly, I think we do a better job getting a different center. Now we need to go after Coleman Shelton, or maybe Shane Waldron was the one making that decision because Eberflus didn't really deal with the offense.
But my whole thing is,
Right.
who was out there? Who was out there? It's like, are we finna get Coleman Shelton $14 million? You think we want to pay Coleman Shelton $14 million? Like, who's out there who want to take this money?
But
at the same time,
you see, you made some trades. Like Jonah Jackson and Joe Thuney were trades. We could have made some trades. We traded for Ryan Bates, which was. And we'll talk about Ryan Bates because I do think Ryan Bates should stay on this roster. Go ahead.
Yeah, but like you just said, it's like, I'm pretty sure Kansas City said, hey, let me get your 4th this year. And I was like, no. I think it was like, hey, you want Coleman Shelton for your this year 4th round pick, 3rd, when we only had 5 picks. Remember, can we get your this year? No, not for this dude. No, we'll give him $3 million. How about that? Or we'll trade you for a 6th round or 4th round pick. I'm not giving you this or that. And that kind of stuff too. On top of that, it's like, ain't nobody, and that's why we did these trades. Because we look at the draft and we like, oh, the best 3 that we really, really need. And that's why we did do it last year. It's like, what do we really, really need? We need somebody on the other side of DJ. We need a left tackle. We need a punter. We need this. We need that. You know what I mean? Like, we need somebody that can come in right now and who's out there, who's available. It's like, do we go overspend for somebody who shouldn't be getting paid that much money? Should we make that big trade? And we tried that. Like I said, we tried that with Claypool. We tried that with we did it with Montez. We did it like, hey, like let's go big for this person. And then it's a 50-50 thing.
Well, yeah, you're gonna overspend a little bit in free agency. That's just what free agency is. You saw the contracts given out by every team. A lot of people got overpaid.
A lot of people, look, they shored up Josh Allen. They did this, but you see a lot of these teams, like even with Drew Dalton or even with the Chargers and Joey Bosa, I think they like, look, we don't have the money to give you what you asking for. So go. Even Trey Anderson, like, we don't have them. You go seek a trade. Like, we're trying to build this for a generation next year. This. As a GM, you're not worried about the 2025 season, really. You worried about the long run of it. Because if I give you all my stuff now, I'm Ryan Pace. I'm Ryan Pace. I will give you all this stuff now, and then I have to wait 2-3 years to be able to get back in there. Because I done did this for 1 or 2 players who, like I said.
See, look, Ryan Pace did. I will give him credit for what he did. Ryan Pace just fucked up with the quarterback. He went all in on Mitchell Trubisky. They went 12-4. Nagy was the coach of the year. He brought Khalil Mack, yada yada yada. He went, but he had the wrong quarterback, and he didn't know that. He did not know that, and that's unfortunate. But no, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, but the next 2 years he couldn't fix it because
he went in through $70 million at Robert Quinn too, who was way past his prime.
You see what I mean? Like, and he went in, he couldn't fix it the next year or the year after that. But
they wanted Leonard Floyd to be that. It's unfortunate Leonard Floyd couldn't do what he was doing now with the Bears at that time, because we had Akeem Hicks and Khalil Mack and imagine if Leonard Floyd would have. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
Look, the Drew Dahlman pick is the most important pick for sure. I mean, he's not the best player that we got. Obviously, that's Joe. That's Big Joe. But this was definitely the most important pick. We needed a fucking center. We didn't have we had Sam Mustipher, Cody Whitehair, Coleman Shelton. Like these center, and we finally got a guy that I hope can stabilize that position. We draft a young guy that can come behind him and learn. So if you need to pivot, we can just plug him right in.
And I don't think, even if we don't draft him this draft, you can do it the next draft, because you got Drew Dahlman, who we seen is capable enough for 3 years. So you can plan ahead as a GM. You can plan ahead. Like, this guy didn't fall to us. I'm just gonna be like, oh, with my 39th pick, I'm just gonna get a center because I want to put somebody behind and just go, hey, Chef Wes, you want to come play center for the Bears? We need a center that bad. Like, no. Now you can actually build your team behind these people.
Greg, I have been shining more light on this question, and it's the fact that you put it in there, it makes me smile a little bit, because I don't know. Like, you just don't know. And even if he is ready, will he be the same? He already to me ain't shit. So what you gonna look like after this injury?
Hey, Greg, we don't talk about Braxton. Not on this.
We flipped the look. We're gonna have. I think we're gonna have to get another left tackle in here, unless Dan, what's his name, Dan Rozier, our O-line coach, he can come in here and teach Karan how to play football and teach. I don't know, Braxton. I don't think there's no teaching with Braxton. He is who he is. Like I always say, and I've heard this said, like Wes. I don't, no Diddy, but your ass is probably bigger than Braxton's. It's that simple. He has no base. His legs and his ass is just too weak. It's not strong enough. He can't. The bull rush is the most basic move, and he can't stop it. He can't stop it. Jared Verse ate him alive. But look, we'll get more into that as we get into OTAs. We'll see if he's ready for OTAs, because that's when you start learning. You know what I mean? You start learning this scheme. You start learning Ben Johnson's playbook more and more. We'll see. But I do think they're going to draft a left tackle. I do. I don't know if it's at 10.
I think you have to. At some point. One of those top 3 picks has to be a tackle. A left tackle.
Y'all ready to grade the Drew Dahlman? Y'all got some more y'all want to talk about with Drew Dahlman, or y'all ready to give a grade for this move?
Let's give a grade.
My grade.
Wes, kick us off.
I'm gonna give the Drew Dahlman. I'm gonna give it a B-.
Okay.
I'm gonna give it a B-. I wanted to say C+, but I have to give Drew Dahlman credit for being as smart as he is.
Yes.
And from what I heard, I have to give him extra points for. And then on top of that, when you listen to his presser, what he said about our quarterback. Remember, our quarterback, our guy, Caleb Williams. He said, I'm going to take a lot off his plate so he can be great. which ties into what Tooney said, which ties, like Jonah, like it ties right in. And on top of that, I'm giving him a B- because, like I said, Drew, he took millions and millions of dollars less to come and be the centerpiece on the Chicago Bears offensive line.
Yep.
He could have went and got more money somewhere else, for sure. And he didn't. And if, like I said, I seen what you posted on Twitter. I seen him. I watched what I said. I seen him try. He tried to block 2 people.
I should have played it on here.
He did. He's a football player. He knows what he's supposed to do. He's like, he wasn't looking for help. He said, I got 2 people. I'm going to block these 2 people with my best ability. And guess what? On that play, he didn't get a penalty for blocking 2 people. Do you know how hard it is to be offensive lineman and try to block 2 people? And not get a penalty, not holding, didn't pull a jersey. And they're like, go look at the dude. And you can call him undersized and all this kind of stuff, but hey, man, he put in the work. He know what he's doing at the position, and he know what his job is in Chicago. So I'm giving him a B-.
B-. You want to go next, Dev?
Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and give him a B+. Give this signing a B+, kind of B+, A- range, and the fact that he was the consensus best center available in this free agency. And it was discussed numerous times as the fact that, like, if you need a center, this is who you have to go after. And we went out there and got the guy. Kind of like the same way we were talking about Ben Johnson. Like, we went out and got Ben Johnson. Like, he was the consensus top pick by a lot of people to be their head coach. And same thing with Drew Dahlman. Like, he was the most coveted center, and we went out and got him. This is not the same Bears organization that we've had in the past, in the way that they're going after what they want, and they're making sure they get what they want. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a B+.
B+. Let me address this real quick. I forgot, and I slid right past it. Ron said, "Is Black Bear going live at the draft?" Look,
of course,
the draft is in Green Bay, and I am in Wisconsin. I will not be there. Absolutely not be at the draft. Will not go. None of that. I would never step foot in Green Bay, although I have been there. We will be live for the draft. We will be live, and we'll cover it just like we did last year. First round, and at least the first 2 rounds, we'll be speaking on it and live during that draft. So tune into that show as well. You still got to work out the logistics of it, but that is the goal and that's the plan. Look, Wes, you say what?
I said, Ron, it's okay. We gonna be live. I'm the draft king. I'm gonna tell y'all what's actually gonna happen. I got y'all.
Wes, you went what? B-? Dev, you went B+ or B+? B+. Man, like, we in lockstep today. This move. So the Jonah Jackson move was really like a C+ type of move. I think we gave it B just because of the overall, but that was really like a C+. This is a legit B+ move right here because we needed this. We absolutely needed this. Drew Dahlman is going to help Caleb out in so many ways that the kid, because look, Caleb struggled with the huddle stuff. I think Cole Kmet had a birthday, and Caleb made a post, and he joked by calling him like his autocorrect in the huddle, Cole Kmet. That lets you know, like, in all seriousness, he was joking, but in all seriousness, that lets you know Caleb struggled getting that long ass play call out in the huddle. He struggled with the cadence, and they was talking about that in the offseason. You know what I mean? So I think Drew Dahlman gonna be able to help him a lot when it comes to just the mental part of the football game. You know what I mean? The mental part. You can't help him with the physical. The actual execution, that's Caleb. He's gonna have to do that on his own, which actually this leads me to another thing. Once I get my grade, I did B+. I'm gonna go B+ with you. I'm I'm gonna go B plus with you because we needed a fucking center. We needed one. We absolutely needed one. But look, let me ask y'all this: is the with these moves made on the O line, is the ball in Caleb's court now? Like, do you think it's like no more excuses? No O-line excuses, which Bears quarterbacks have had. You could lean on the O-line excuse every year, going back to Jay Cutler and even Rex Grossman.
Well, I was going to say, you can go back even further.
Exactly. Is the ball in Caleb's court now, or do we still need to give him some stuff?
I mean, we've kind of discussed the left tackle situation a little bit, but I would say that if you've got a solid 4 out of 5 for your offensive line and you still can't get it done, then it's on you. Like if you got even if you got a solid 3 out of 5, it's mostly on you. And I'd say I still think Darnell Wright is a pretty solid right tackle. And I understand that the left tackle, the blind side, is very important, but like he's got to be able to have that awareness of who's around him, and he's got to be aware of who his personnel is on that line. They have jobs, but sometimes they fail. And you got to be able to figure out and have that internal clock of when you need to get that ball off.
Yeah, you okay. Right there. You right there. But my whole thing is, what more do you want, Caleb? Is how I feel. You got DJ. You got Cole. You went and gave your draft buddy Rome Odunze. Now we just gave you Drew Dahlman. Now we gave you Joe Tooney. And we gave you Jonah Jackson. Like, a lot of people, and I heard this a lot, and they like, oh, well, you got to give him a running back. It's like he's the quarterback. What do you need to run? No, he needs to make throws, make passes. Oh, yeah, we gave you Olamide Zaccheaus. We'll talk about him in a minute too. We gave you somebody who played with your rival rookie quarterback too. Like, we're giving you all this. So with all of these moves, you have to put anything that doesn't go right with Caleb on Caleb. You have to. Because this is, like I said, Jonah Jackson, he's a Pro Bowler already. Caleb ain't a Pro Bowler yet. Drew Allman, the best center that was available in free agency. He was the best. Just like we got the best head coach that was available when we needed a head coach. We went and gave you the best. We gave you the best center. We gave you, Joe Tooney, literally one of the best offensive linemen over the last 5 years. Four championships. Like, we're giving you all this. We win and get, like, you don't have to, you shouldn't have to worry about this. If you go watch, and like I said, I should have sent it to you, but I watched what's that? Olamide Zaccheaus.
Mm-hmm.
I watched his highlights with Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels was throwing shit balls to him. It was all low at the knee, all that kind of stuff. And he was targeting them, picking them up. If you want to go just Google it and look at the passes that he was catching on him. He was doing Jaden Daniels a fucking favor. Now, you know what I mean? Like, you got all these people that's gonna be around you to build around you. You know who would love to be in this situation? Justin Fields, Rex Grossman, Mitch Trubisky. They would love to be where you are right now, Caleb. So now you have to, like I said, do your job.
I won't go that far, but I get the point. I get your point. Remember, Mitch had 2 Pro Bowl left tackle and right tackle. They were Pro Bowlers at one point. Oh my God, my bad. Put your face back up there. But yeah, he had 2 Pro Bowlers. But no, look, I asked the question for a reason. So
yeah, no, my whole thing was is you can see them doing everything, and every time they make a move, you can see it's Caleb in mind. That's all I mean. So
it definitely Caleb in mind. So I'm gonna read this comment and tell me what y'all think, because I think this is interesting. Bear Truth said, what I'm saying is, considering the circumstances last year, Caleb did better than he should have. That's the first we're hearing that. A lot of people think he failed and struggled last year, which he did struggle. But when you talk about fail as a rookie, I don't know if I wouldn't go that far. He said everything was failing around him and he still produced. thoughts on that?
I said that in the when we was in the green room background before we got on the air. I said it's crazy how this narrative around Caleb is. Oh man, I don't want to say he's. I want to say he's one of the top quarterbacks in the league. He got sacked 65 times, 63 times. But y'all don't talk about that. He didn't turn the ball over. Y'all don't want to talk about it. He still threw for what 3,500.
Well, at one point, I feel you did say you wanted him to throw more turnovers, and I was
my whole thing is, and you keep saying that, and I had to clarify.
I was just shocked when I heard.
My whole thing is, I wanted him to just get it out of that, so he wouldn't have 68 fucking sacks.
Okay, yeah. So
that's my point.
Throw the ball. Get the ball out your hands.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
like get it out there. Get the experience in. Get your experience in. Sometimes you gotta fail. You do
see what you can and can't do.
See what you can and can't do. But now, and that leads me to exactly what I'm saying right now. Everybody, all of us, every person in the world say, "Oh, he failed because he got sacked 68 times." And this wasn't all just on the quarterback; it was the offensive line too, and all that kind of stuff. It's like, so. Why y'all blaming this on Caleb? Why y'all saying
a lot of people blame it on Caleb?
I know,
but
y'all not saying how good he was, though.
If it was on Caleb with the sacks, why are we doing all this with the O-line then?
Exactly.
You know, it don't really make sense, but
it's like they double back. They back
don't always make sense.
They flip it like this because the simple fact is Caleb didn't come in and beat CJ Stroud rookie year. And I said when people was talking about comparing.
Honestly, Caleb was more CJ Stroud sophomore year.
Better than him.
He was better than to me.
Better than him.
CJ Stroud sophomore year was not that great. So unfortunately, when people start trying to make that comparison of he needs to be CJ Stroud. Well, CJ Stroud was in a relatively unusual position where he did really well as his freshman year or rookie year.
Best rookie I've seen.
His offensive coordinator didn't give up on him and laugh in his face when he out there getting mauled. His head coach didn't give up. Like I said, you see what I'm saying? I sent that picture to y'all, and I told you that when I saw Shane Waldron do that in Caleb's face, I said, "This dude is not it. Like you're not even doing your job."
So so let's keep it moving on. I wanted to get that question out, and because that's great conversation, and it's a real topic that's happening with the Bears right now.
Yeah, because
is the ball in Caleb's court? That's why I asked y'all. Like, is it time to show up, put up or shut up? Now I think he'll be here. I think he'll be extended regardless of what happens, unless he just shits the bed. But all right, so you got B pluses across the board and a B at the bottom.
Minus.
A B minus at the bottom. Let's move on to another one. And I think this one's interesting. That's it for the O-line. We just talked about the Royal Guard. Hopefully I can bring that segment back this year because it'll actually be a Royal Guard and not just a bunch of dudes trying to protect Caleb. But
hopefully they don't lay down on the ground.
Dayo Odeyingbo. Now, Wes, you got the contract numbers for this kid. What is he? 20?
I think he's 25.
25 years old. 25 years old. This is a perfect example of traits, which we were talking about, traits or production. This dude got a lot of traits. Y'all heard it. He fits the Dennis Allen's mold of a defensive end, that big, long, athletic defensive end. What's his size? He's like
6'6", 285.
6'6", yeah.
Massive dude, big dude, 285. I'm gonna just go through some of his sacks. So he was drafted in 2021. His rookie season, he had half a sack. Next year, he had 5. In 2022, 2023, he had 8. That was his best year for sacks. And then last year, he had 3.5 sacks. Right? Am I right on that? 3 sacks, 3.5 sacks. The production just it's minimal for the numbers he got. Did you say the contract?
No, I was waiting to get through the stats and age class.
Yeah, that's minimal for the numbers the money that we gave him, which is which my guy Wes gonna say.
3 years, 48 mil. 16, yeah. He got paid the most.
That is a lot of money for a guy that's coming off a 3-sack season. Now, I think he had like 17 quarterback hits last year, which would have been second on the Bears, but we all know that the Bears that's not a good bar to try to hit. This one was interesting for me because I'm personally not a traits guy over production. I want to see what you got. I want to see you play football. You know what I mean? I was a smaller linebacker, but I produced. I made plays and I made shit happen. Look, this contract with him, and he's 25. So the upside, kind of like with Justin, we was talking about Justin, there's a lot of meat on the bones to left to see what's going on and what he can and can't do. This move definitely screams you have to draft another edge rusher and not just a 5th rounder. I mean, either top 10 if you feel so inclined, or 39 pick or our 41 pick. You have to bring in another edge rusher because with Dayo Dangbo, me personally, I'm not that high on this move. Now, I looked at his tape, and I'm going to cut up the tape myself of him playing against the Packers or he played against some of our rivals. I'll cut that tape up this week and release that. But
I did remember one where he went and he stripped the ball out of the quarterback's hand and fell on it and picked it up and started running. And if I remember correctly, he got a touchdown out of it.
Yep.
And when I was watching that, I noticed he was playing. I'm pretty sure he was playing inside on the line. He wasn't on the edge. He wasn't on the edge for the Colts.
That don't show up in the stats.
And so that's one of those things because, like, when we're looking at like sacks and quarterback hits and stuff like that, those numbers should be a lot higher for edges than they are on the inside. And I noticed that when I was looking at the stats for the other defensive linemen that we picked up, that the sack totals were not as high as I was kind of thinking for this like high caliber defensive lineman. And it's because in the interior, you're dealing with the meat and the likelihood of getting double teamed and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So this could be a reason as to why they went with him, seeing that like he's the type of player that they want on the outside, and on the outside he might be able to be a bit more disruptive. And the one thing that I like about like Dennis Allen is he's put together really good defenses.
Yep. Yeah. Yes, he has.
In his time with the Saints, he couldn't cut it as a head coach, but the reason that he got the opportunity as a head coach was because he put together some really solid defenses. And I would go as far as to say, if he has a specific type of trait that he likes to deal with to set up his style of defense, and he's the type of coach that can train you up on what you need, I'm willing to say that I'll trust him on this one. It's the only questionable signing that we really had, in my opinion. I mean, I guess other than that tight end that we really didn't sign for much, but like it was really the only questionable one that I'm willing to just kind of like trust that he knows what he's talking about.
Right, and I'm right there with you. Wes, you got some thoughts on Dayo real quick?
A ton.
Because I got a couple clips I want to play of.
You can play some clips.
Another reporter. I want to speak on it before we play it, just because this like Devin said, this is the most like I won't say worry, but this isn't a home run. Hey, this is not. But I paid him a lot of money. 16 years, right?
He's young, but what he does the best is he is a Swiss Army knife on that defensive line. Like you were saying, Devin, like He'll play down. He'll put his hand down on the ground on the defensive line. He'll come off the edge. And what he does is something that doesn't really show up on tape. He is a gap and block shed specialist. He contains that football behind that line of scrimmage. You can't, it's not a stat for that. Like you can't, like I said, he can't, if you watch a lot, like he does a little bit of everything. The reason his sacks is not so high is because he's out there forcing fumbles too. He's out there, like he said, he's out there stripping the ball and he's out there falling on the ball. He knows where that football is at all times. The thing, it was the one thing we talked about. Remember we talked about who we played way more than that, Tremaine. Like this dude can't get off a block. And you see TJ finding those gaps and he's shooting and blowing up plays. That's what Dio does. He finds that gap and where that ball is, and he gets in between that and like he disrupts the play. And he may not get the tackle on the quarterback or the running back, but he make that quarterback move 3 steps left, 3 steps right, and then maybe Montez Sweat get the credit for the sack, or he make that running back change his lane to outside further, and then maybe TJ or Tremaine or JJ comes in to get that tackle. You know, you can't, like, if you look at it, I looked at a lot of his tape, and I'm like, I said the same thing. I'm like, his stats don't say that, but let me watch him play football. And he is like he said, he's a very smart defensive football player. He knows where he needs to be. He knows, like, oh, if I in this play, like as soon as the play happened, if you watch a lot of times, he like, okay, my move I'm gonna do, my businesses I'm gonna do right now ain't gonna work. So he's gonna jump up and bat the ball down. He's gonna, okay, cool, I'm gonna fake and then stunt and roll around because they finna come. And he's gonna come back and like he's a really, really smart player on that line to do a lot of things that we need to be done. It's specifically run stopping, because remember how run stop last season wasn't that, it was terrible.
Poor. It was very poor.
It was terrible. And if you watch him, he run that running back straight out of bounds. Negative half a yard, negative 1 yard. He can't get a hit, he can't get a tackle, he can't get nothing. But you see what he did? He made it 2nd and 11. That's what he does. He pushes the opposing team back. He doesn't give them positive yards. And the money is like
it's a lot of money. It's a lot
of money.
It ain't top. It ain't top market at all. It ain't even close to that. But it's a lot of money for
and then like, and if you listen to what his former coaches said and people said, they say, hey, this dude, he worked. This dude, dog, it ain't nothing you can't tell him to go out there and do that he ain't finna do. You know what I mean? Like he knows.
When we're talking about the money, I just wanted to bring this back up because Bear Truth was talking about the fact that all positions kind of went up a little bit in price, and you're paying a little bit more than you would last year. Kind of like how when we extended DJ Moore, it was good to do it when we did, because after the DK Metcalf extension or contract, like DJ Moore could have asked for a lot more. And so we got him on a long-term, pretty inexpensive deal, because at this point it's going to be more expensive for the receivers as well. But like I can understand that, like, it seems like a lot of money when we're trying to compare it to what we've seen in the past. And maybe that might be one of the areas where it's like, okay, well, it's more like you were talking about with the supply and demand. This is what we would have to pay for somebody of that caliber right now.
Absolutely. So yes. We had to go get somebody, and the salary. First of all, the salary cap rose, so obviously the player's gonna get a bigger chunk in free agency of that money from the salary cap rising. What I want to do is I want to play. I got 2 clips on Deo because this was one of the most controversial signings from what I've seen on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and everything. I got 2 clips. JJ Stankovich, a former Bears beat reporter, was on the CHGO podcast, and I encourage everybody to go listen to this interview because it's a lot of insight on players that we quite frankly don't know as much about as these dudes that have been watching him since he's been drafted. So here is the first one of JJ talking about Dayo Odeyingbo.
You seem pretty bullish though that it might work out for him in Chicago.
I mean, here's where
I don't want to play that one first. I don't want to play that one.
Oh, okay.
His pass rushing numbers from last year were not where you would think a $16 million pass rusher would be. But the vast majority of teams the Colts played last year were able to get the ball out quick on a defense that allowed a lot of short completions underneath. And, it almost felt like that D line was, kind of pushing, pushing the boulder up the hill constantly, whatever this is at Sisyphus. Getting my Greek metaphors mixed up here.
Love it.
I don't know, Greg. Is it Sisyphus?
Yeah, it is. It's Sisyphus.
Oh, thank gosh. Okay.
Right.
So,
Carm just got done with a case of Sisyphus.
So even if Dayo was winning his pass rush moves, he wasn't getting pressure and he wasn't getting sacks because the ball's whizzing by his ear as soon as he beats the guy in front of him. So that's where I'm going to start. I mean, yeah, he had 8 sacks in 2023. I think that's probably closer to the production in terms of getting quarterbacks on the ground that you'll see from Dayo Odeyingbo. And he was a little streaky that year. He had 3 sacks in the first half of our game against New England when we played that over in Germany. And, they kind of come in spurts for him. But look, as a bigger defensive end, I know, I'm sure you guys have talked about that. That's kind of where Dennis Allen's bread and butter is in those kind of big, long, athletic defensive ends. Dayo Odeyingbo checks all those boxes. And he's still in his mid-20s. I think he still's got some upside. I think the Colts thought he still had some upside. Here in Indy, there are just more investments that needed to be made into the secondary of this defense rather than the D line that is full of first-round picks and guys on second and third contracts.
So from what I took from that is first of all, they're attributing his lack of sacks to the DBs not being able to really guard their man, which we know in Chicago we won't have that issue. We have some studs out there with Kyler, Jalen Johnson, and Tyree Stevenson. From what I'm hearing, from what I just heard, that's the reason he wasn't able to get home, because every time he was close to the quarterback, that there was quick passes, boom, 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 boom. So that's look, if you're down on this pick, a guy that just was watching him for the last 3 or 4 years, I don't know how long he's been in the league, but that's the reason he ain't getting home. So hopefully, I think Dennis Allen, I think Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles feel like they can get more out of him, because he's probably not going to be playing inside as much either. He's probably going to be on the outside most of the time with the Chicago Bears. So any thoughts on that before I play this next one? I got one more about Dayo.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was saying about Dayo. It's he does everything well, but it's not his fault that we don't put certain things on paper. It's like we said, the eye test. When you watched him, he beat offensive linemen constantly.
Yeah.
He beat the guy.
Dude is fast.
He's fast. He's quick. He got moved. I seen him do a spin move and one. I forgot who he was playing. I seen him do a spin move, and I was like, man, he looked like a point guard in the NBA. With the whoop. Like that offensive lineman went flying past him, and he didn't even get the running back ran out of bounds, but they ran away, and I'm like, man, if he could have got there. And there's one thing, like I remember talking about Booker was getting there. He was just not getting people down to the ground. Like, you don't know how to tackle. This dude, if he has the chance, I feel like if he can get to that player with the ball in his hands, he's going to put him down. Like you brought up, Dev, when he strip sacked that quarterback, took the ball out, hit the ground. He knew nobody touched him. He got back up and ran for us. He is like we said before, he's a football player. He know what he's doing out there at every moment. And you cannot always put that on the stat sheet.
I love players that do things that don't show up on the stat sheet for sure. Look, Draymond Green, that's my guy. You know that. That's my boy. They don't always show up on the stat sheet, but the heart and soul of that team. Let me play this last one with Dayo Adangbo about Dayo Adangbo. Same dude, JJ Stankovic, on the same episode. Speaking on Adangbo.
You seem pretty bullish though that it might work out for him in Chicago.
I mean, here's where like expectations have to be set in the proper manner here. It's not like I'm sitting here going on your guys' show saying like he's definitely gonna be a 10-sack guy. You know, Greg brings up, you know, Trey Hendrickson. Guy's got 35 sacks in the last 2 years. I don't think you're expecting Dayo Adangbo to hit those numbers. But look, if you're looking for good production, guy's gonna, you know, get after the quarterback a little bit. A guy's gonna play the run pretty well. Opposite Montez Sweat, I would feel pretty good about that if I'm the Bears. You know, I don't know where the depth stands behind those guys, but you know, Dayo's versatility definitely matters here. He has been very durable since his rookie year. So, you know, he's not a guy who's going to miss a lot of time. I think you can kind of know what to expect out of him. And the market rate for defensive ends based on the salary cap has gone up pretty significantly. And I think the expectation that I kept seeing coming into free agency is that Dayo would get about what he got from the Bears. So none of it really surprised me. It makes a lot of sense to me. You know, if you're expecting, again, Dayo to be a top 5 pass rusher, you know, oh my God, we just got Khalil Mack 2.0. Like you're probably not going to get that. But I think you're going to get a good player who can be a good piece of a good defense.
Good player that could be a good piece of a good defense. JJ Stankovic just put it in perspective that and this the reason I like it is because yes, Bears. He said Bears, you're not getting Khalil Mack 2.0. It's not gonna happen. But some Bears
heck, with that money, we weren't getting Khalil Mack 1.0. He got paid $18 million. So
yeah, we paid Khalil Mack for sure, and we gave him.
No, I mean like this year he got his contract for $18 million.
1 year deal with the Chargers.
Yeah, we weren't even getting the older version of Khalil Mack 1.0. So
right, but
for that kind of money,
I like that he put that in perspective because Bears fans tend to uplift and like put players way higher than what they really are. This move, you say what? Yeah, on a pedestal. This move is just like the O-line moves, like I've been talking about, Devin West. This move does not mean you don't go draft another edge rusher. You know what I mean? You have to continue to bolster and add to that room because, I mean, this is just it. You're betting on the upside here, and you could fail with the upside betting, which we have before, like Javon Dexter, and that's why this next dude we talk about is going to show that. But so look, based on what we've heard, any thoughts? What are y'all expectations for Dayo Adangbo?
Disruption.
I haven't heard any of y'all say his name yet. I just want to hear y'all say it.
Dayo Adangbo.
What's your expectations for him, Wes? Like realistically.
Disruption, control, containment. What we was missing when running backs was running past people. Remember how we was comparing our linebackers? We were trying TJ and Tremaine, and we got a bargain out of TJ because TJ was beating those blocks. He was blowing up those gaps. You seen him. If you look at the stat sheet though on TJ, you like, is he a top 10 linebacker in NFL? No, but he is a very, 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 I can say very similar time, good linebacker in the NFL. He does his job. That's what Dayo does. And he's young. So now you got somebody that's going to blow up one gap hole, and you got TJ can blow up another one. And to what you were saying, yes, I'm not saying that's it. We finished like wipe our hands with this defensive end acquisition kind of game that we still need to keep going and keep building behind it. But like I said before you play the clip, go watch him play. And I don't know the guy name that was on there, but he said exactly what I saw. A lot of the things he do well, you can't put it on the stat sheet. But he's when quarterbacks let go of that ball quick, and I said, guess who's standing in front of them when they let it go real quick? He's right there. So if they would have held it for another half a second or another second, Dio will be putting stuff in the stat sheet. Like Dev said, strip sack, strip fumble sack to a pick, like a touchdown. Like if you look at this guy, and then on top of that, he has all the tangibles that our defensive coordinator likes. 6'6", 200, or what I say, 250 maybe? I forgot how big. Big.
I thought it was 285.
85, 200, 6'6", 285 pounds coming off the edge. And if you look at him, his agility is ridiculous. And guess what? He know how to turn it. He know how to turn the corner and go up the middle behind a Billings or behind the next guy we're going to talk about in a Grady Jarrett. Or he can line up on the same side inside of Montez Sweat. He don't even have to be on the other side of the line of Montez Sweat. He can be right next to Montez Sweat. So you got Montez Sweat and Dio, and you got basically probably your center, guard, tackle, maybe a tight end. And I will bet my money on those two guys versus those four people. Just how good it they is at doing their job.
Once we get through our next guy, I got a question for both of y'all. Now I'm interested to see what y'all think about it. But no, I'm right there with you, Wes. I'm right there with you.
He's a second round pick.
You betting a lot. He's a second round pick, and I think when he was drafted, he was coming off an Achilles tear, I want to say. So he started off a little slow, but like you heard JJ Stankovich say, reporter for the Indianapolis Colts. He worked for the Colts. He's not even a Sun Times, none of that. But he said that Dale Adangbo will he won't be that 3-sack guy. He's closer to the 8 sacks that he had in 2023. You know what I mean? Because he had 3 sacks, 3.5 last year. But he says he's closer to the 8, maybe not 10 sack guy. So that's what we hoping we get from him. Hopefully Montez Sweat can, help that. And then this next guy, Grady Jarrett, we talk about can help.
TFL.
That too.
He's a TFL master.
Mm-hmm. Y'all, so look, any more thoughts on Dale Adangbo before we give our grades?
I think that the whole thing with him working with Dennis Allen,
mm-hmm.
I mean, to me, they're talking about getting him closer to that 8 sack number,
mm-hmm.
but he's still kind of young in his career, and who knows what he was really working with in Indianapolis, and we know his secondary was shit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the offensive line defensive line looked like in Indianapolis, but if they had him playing interior as opposed to the edge, he's not going to get as many sacks. But as long as the concept of that complementary football stuff, I think really plays a factor in why he's going to be beneficial. He's going to do all the little things that put on more pressure. That's what we've talked about for getting ourselves more picks and stuff like that. It's not that we necessarily need to get a lot of sacks. We just need to put on enough pressure that they hurry themselves up. If they don't hurry themselves up and throw an interception, they're getting sacked. So getting those pressures is key, and I think he's going to be able to do that.
And I'm right there with you. That's the most exciting part for me is when I hear JJ Stankovich say that the DBs for the Colts weren't good enough. They were just letting people get the ball out too quick. Our DBs are not like that. That's really been the heart and soul of our team for quite some time. So I'm hopeful that he will be able to put that pressure on and Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon, and Tyreek Stevenson. I know a lot of people don't like Tyreek, but they're gonna be able to jump those routes like they were doing back in those Khalil Mack days. You know what I mean? Wes, you want to kick us off again with the grades?
I think my grade for him is gonna be. I'm gonna give this one. Actually, I'm gonna give this a solid B.
A B.
I'm gonna give it a B because I know a lot of people is hanging their hats on these stats. And at first, I was like you, like, okay, let me see. And I looked up his stats, and I'm like, that is underwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
But then I started looking at highlights and then going back and watching him play and seeing some of the things he did. And you brought, you said this name because you know this is my guy, but you brought up Jerry Verse. Like that
was your boy.
You know, you brought up Jerry Verse, and he got that kind of thing where when you look at what he does, you like his swim move is nice, his spin move is nice. Like I said, when I watched it, I saw him beat so many blockers and offensive linemen, and he didn't get like the tackle or whatever, or he was so disruptive a lot of the times that his teammates was getting it.
Right.
And what I want Bears fans to understand is, remember, yeah, he might get that 5 to 8 sacks a season, but that's not. We want him to come in to be so disruptive that Montez Sweat gets 17 sacks. Because that's his purpose. That's what we was calling for. Remember, we kept saying we need somebody opposite of Montez Sweat. Because you don't get those Aaron Donalds that push 2 people over and just go wreck it all up. That's rare. But if you put somebody on the other side of that Montez, like I said, oh, you don't get another Khalil Mack. I know. I'm sorry, Chicago. It just don't happen. You know,
it's rare, very rare.
It's rare. It's like we get that kind of. But when you get a dude on the other side of that line, that it's like he's more often than not is going to get to that football in a negative yard space. I don't know if y'all understand what I'm saying. The line of scrimmage is at one spot. He is always and more than likely in that backfield on pass and run. And just because he don't get the tackle for loss, or just because he don't get the sack,
right?
But he said he was like, the reason you don't see all the sacks is because the quarterback got the ball out quick. Because I saw him, I just had to throw the ball. I had to check it out because he was on me. And then when you put him in, and you put Montez Sweat in, and then you put the guy we finna talk about next in,
throwing in the fact that Dew is playing in the middle, like you talk about, like seeing quarterback seeing him coming. He's coming up the middle. Of course, he sees him coming. And he's not coming out off the edge.
Yeah.
Imagine if you were on the right side of the defensive line, coming in on the blind side of the quarterback. You wouldn't see that shit. So you imagine him getting that ball out because he can see the pressure coming.
And he does it all well, Dad. You're right. He can play inside. He can stand up and he can get down on that defensive line if you need him to.
So let me address this question real quick from Nick Robinson. That's my brother, by the way. Appreciate you jumping in the chat. He says, is there an edge rusher in this draft we can go after like a Jared Verse? Look, last year we covered the D linemen extensively when we talked about them. And I personally have not turned look, we got a month and a half till we get there. A little under a month and a half, but there's a few edge. As far as the draft is mainly heavy when it comes to D tackle. As far as edge, you get your top guys, you get your top 2, maybe 3, and it's a drop off. So I don't know if there's a Jared Verse. I don't even think Jared Verse was the first D. I think Dallas Turner was the first one taken off the board last year. And Wes, you can unmute your mic when you're ready. But I don't know if there's a defensive edge. This draft isn't as deep as it was last year when it comes to edge rushers. So if you don't get your Abdul Carter up at the top, or some of these other dudes that people like, but there's a lot of traits now. You get caught up in traits, and I'm not a trades guy. I'm a production guy by far. So we'll see. We'll dive into that as we get closer and closer to the draft for sure. So we'll be able to answer those questions.
Mikael Williams.
And that's another guy. Him. And then you got Pierce, and it's some names out there for sure. You know,
but there's definitely a drop off.
There's a drop off.
Yeah, they end up doing Carter.
And
but
not
was he like with that drop off? We can kind of keep in mind that like we don't got to worry about them coming in to be a starter right away.
Absolutely,
we can stick them behind Montez Sweat.
Yep.
Learn for a year or two before we finally get to that point where we're ready to put him in every so often. Like he can play on special teams to get his feet wet with the speed of the game, stuff like that. But like, they can get an opportunity to like kind of
sit him behind Dio. We can sit him behind Booker. We can sit him behind Daniel Hardy. Like we got edges, but like I said, we got to solidify who we know gonna be there per our prime positions, and Montez Sweat, Grady Jarrett, and Dio. That's going. These guys are going to and it is beautiful to say the least. When you look at how to trust, you got a Grady. Oh, his name Grady. He sounds like a granddaddy. You got the granddaddy and Grady. You got Papa Sweat, and then you got Big Bro Dio, who's going to teach these Austin Bookers and these Daniel Hardys and whoever we take at the. I'm telling you, we're going to take an edge or a defensive tackle and with our second round pick. Either that 49 or 51. I'm guaranteeing it. That's why we're going to take that defense at that point in time. But they can come in, like you said, that they can play special teams and all this kind of stuff. But they are going to learn how to do their job from some of the best people who know how to do it. If you watch these people tapes, watch Grady Jarrett, watch Dio, watch their technique and their skill at their position, and that's something to look up to. That's something to strive to be. Hey, ask Kobe about Michael. He looked at it, he said, that dude, what he's doing is great. And I want to do exactly how he did it.
I'm glad you mentioned the and I'm trying to get this. I wish I had the clip of the next dude we finna talk about. I was trying to do some production stuff. But Austin Booker. You mentioned Austin Booker. And I feel like he get lost in the sauce a little bit with what's going on. Austin Booker is still a player that we hope can, turn into something bigger and better. Now, Austin Booker thin as fuck. He is not a Dangbo size when we talk about size. He is not Montez Sweat when we talk about size. We know Dennis Allen likes that size. So that's going to be a player we need to watch and keep our eye on going forward. Maybe he's not going to be here. I'm not saying I'm not saying he won't, but I'm just saying he's thin. He don't look like those two dudes. And we keep talking about Dennis Allen liking these bigger, more athletic, you know what I mean? He's definitely tall, but he's a thin ass dude.
That's all this guy put weight on.
He got to put some weight on.
He got to put that weight on. He got to
for sure.
Rice and potatoes, man. Put the weight on.
What's the contract we gave him again? What was it?
Dio, 3 years, 48 million, 16 a year.
Let's grade it. I'll kick it off this time. This one for me, because I love production. I need to see production. I need to see it. This is a C. This is a C move. This is a C move for me, especially when you talk about the money that you gave him. Upside is there. The potential is there, but I heard that about plenty of players that the Bears have brought in. New regime, new coaching staff. Devin, you talked about it earlier. You have to be able to develop these dudes. Adango needs to be developed. He needs to be developed because he's not a finished product. And hopefully, I forgot what his name, Jeremy. Is it Jeremy Garrett, our D-line coach? Our D-line coach. we talked about him on the coach episode, but I think it's Jeremy something. Hopefully he can develop this kid, and because he's 25. Just like Justin, I keep saying it, just like Justin, there's a lot of meat left on that bone for you to go and try to work with. But for me, I knew Montez Sweat was a dog. He's a player. He's a football player. I don't know that about a Dangbo yet, so I'm gonna go with C, a solid C. I can't go C plus because of the money. If you got him for cheap or something like that, maybe I can go C plus, but you paid him a lot, and I'm gonna go with C for Dio Dangbo. Take it away. Who next?
Wes.
I'm giving it a C plus.
Okay.
Because I know we've been talking about this edge thing and all this kind of stuff, but we gotta understand. Like, I know we paid him more, but he's 25. If you see what he got, you know what I mean. Like you just compare him to Austin Booker. You know what I mean. Like, he has all the traits, he has the size, he has the skill, but we're not asking you to come in and be our sack leader on this team. That's not what we're asking you to do. We're asking you to come in and compliment our sack leader on this team because he didn't have nobody to compliment him last season. He didn't even have, like, even when Billings was in there, helped compliment that helped Montez a little bit. When somebody else is getting up there, you're gonna run and Montez gonna get you. You know what I mean? And that's what he is. That's why I'm gonna give us a C plus. I want to give him a B, but because of the money and the we will see kind of thing, but I like it. I dare say I kind of love the move on what he is. 6'6", like I said, 6'6", 280. If that was Austin Booker being drafted in the 5th round, 6'6", because Austin Booker 6'6", 245. He put on 30 more pounds. This is the same person. You see what I'm saying? And then now you got all of these people, and we talk about this, and a lot of people forget about this. These are position rooms. You're sitting next to your competition, your brother. You're watching them like, oh, wow. I see what he doing. I see how he left. I see he come in first. And I tell people a lot of time, like, if you hear anybody talk about Kobe or Michael Jordan, they said he's there at 4 o'clock, and he don't leave until 7. And then when we done doing all this stuff, and we finna go and leave and all that, Kobe say, "Hey, look, I'm gonna go in there and shoot for 1 more hour." When you have those kind of people in the room, that's what you want to be. These are young kids, and they finna go in and see how Montez Sweat work. They finna see how Grady Jarrett work. They finna see how these people work and how they do with adversity and all this other kind of stuff. And it's gonna be good because it's complimentary. He's not the primary person. So when a lot of people look at the sacks and the stats and all that kind of stuff, I'm like, yeah, but that's not what we asking him to come do. Just like the dude said a thing. He's like, yeah, you're not asking him to come give me 10 sacks.
Right.
But he's finna be, and like you said, his hurries on the quarterback would have been second best on Chicago. And he ain't even put it down for us. That's our you see what I mean? Like, he's gonna come in and basically be the second best on our team to bring pressure to the quarterback, which we've been screaming about.
Yeah, when you look at the numbers, yeah. Yep.
So it makes sense. Like I said, the money seems a little higher, and once we see how he does throughout the season, if he does what we think he's gonna do, I know a lot of people gonna be like, okay, it was worth it. And if he don't, we're gonna be like, dang. The same thing we talking about Tremaine Edmonds. Like, we pay him all that money that he ain't out there doing, you know, what we thought or we think he should be doing.
I went with C. You went with C plus. Dev, what you thinking?
I'm kind of sitting at honestly, I'm looking at it this way. I'm going with C plus as well. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at it at the way of, was it an upgrade from what we had previously? And for me, that answer is yes.
And that was DeMarcus Walker, which we cut. A lot of people.
Yeah. Like, I don't feel like DeMarcus Walker really did much. And now, granted, DeMarcus Walker is playing edge, which is his position. And last year, Dio is playing the defensive tackle, which it sounds like his body style and his abilities and the traits that he has are much more suited for an edge. And I don't know if maybe he played edge in the year that he got 8. He didn't.
No, he played every position on the line.
Oh no, yeah. He been jumping around. I don't know where he played
like,
predominantly though.
But you would think maybe the time that he got 3 sacks against the Patriots in the first half, maybe that game he was playing edge. And then for the next 6 of them, he needed to play defensive tackle. He didn't get very many sacks after that in those 6 games because he can't get through the meat of the offensive line, the area we were complaining about last year for our offensive line.
Right. Yeah.
That's supposed to be your meat and bones and the teeth of your offensive line is supposed to
absolutely
be up front. And unless you were playing the Bears last year, which I'm guessing he played at least. I'm sure he played in the game against us. And
you know what's crazy? So that's the game, and I don't mean to cut you off, but you mentioned it. Like I said, I'm gonna cut up tape on Dio Odeyingbo too. I didn't see him in that game. I don't know. Maybe I looked at the wrong number, but I'm gonna look again and I'll cut it. If he played against us, like you asking, if he played against us, I'll be interested to see how he did against.
Yeah, because if he played a tackle against us, then it'd be interesting to see. And see, I think that's probably why you might have missed him if he was there, is the fact that he's bouncing around all over the place. And let's be real, consistency is key in developing rhythm and stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
I think with a consistent base, this guy will exceed I don't know about exceed the expectations, but I am almost positive he'll meet the expectations we have. And if those expectations are 8 sacks, I would say this money is well spent.
So you gave him what was your grade?
C+.
So we all, and that's I didn't know if y'all was gonna be in the C range or maybe the B+ range or not. That's why I thought this one was gonna be interesting. But it seems like we all understand what we getting with this player, especially after listening to JJ Stankovic talk about him. I'm trying to upload a clip, but it's not working. But okay. This next guy we about to talk about.
Can't wait.
I think we all been waiting for this one.
He's a dog in himself. At least he used to be a dog. He may still be a dog. We're gonna listen to what his reporters had to say about him and his tenure in Atlanta. Grady Jarrett. I do want to upload the clip with him talking about Jordan Love. So I'm gonna do that real quick. Yeah, I want to hear it. I just want to play it on air and get it live. So Wes or Dev, if y'all could just speak on Grady Jarrett for a second, and
I'm gonna need 5 seconds.
You say what?
I'm gonna need 5 seconds to talk about Grady
Jarrett, contract. How much do we pay the man, and for how long?
It's the Caleb Williams contract. 3 years, $42 million, 14.25 a year. That's what we paid him, and that's what Grady Jarrett deserves. That's what he deserves. If you watch the tape on it, if you watch football, you know what everybody. And the thing that I love about this acquisition is, I remember when we was in the season last year and Billings went down, and we was trying to figure out what happened to the defensive line. And I know I brought it up. Do we feel like because Andrew Billings got injured, the production on the defensive line went down? Well, guess what?
It was clear as day.
But guess what? Grady Jarrett is 2 times, 3 times probably better than Andrew Billings when it comes to pushing the middle of that line up and creating that pressure on him. I mean, if you watch him, if anybody, because I watched him wreck the Patriots the first half of that Super Bowl when Atlanta was in the Super Bowl. I think he had 2.5 to almost 3 sacks in the Super Bowl. He knows how to get that. And unfortunately, a lot of people want to bring up, I think he tore his ACL or something like that happened. that injury that happened or whatever. But if you look at and you listen to what he did afterwards, it's like once he healed, it wasn't no like getting back into it. As soon as he was healed and ready to go again, he came back. He's one of those players, just like I was talking about Dio. He's one of those disruptors. He get quarterbacks off their spot. He gets offensive linemen. 3 is 42, Nick. He get those. He make that pocket uncomfortable. And like I said, when we talk about Dio, just imagine you got him making the middle uncomfortable. You got Dio over there 6'6", flailing around, spinning on one side. Then you got Montez Sweat on the other side. I forgot what reporter I was watching. Something they said with these three people, the Bears can either run a 4-3 or a 3-4. They can run almost any defensive line scheme they want with these starters, and it's gonna offensive linemen gonna have to. Hey, you gonna have to make business decisions. You gonna double Montez and let Grady come up? You gonna double Dio because he's gonna be shedding blocks coming off one side, and then like you said, and then you have to account for a man like Montez Sweat. And I know a lot of people like Grady Jarrett is 32. He's this, he's that. It's like, but he's so productive. And we got him on the timeline, this Caleb Williams timeline. So when you go draft another defensive tackle, or you want to get Javon Dexter Sr., somebody to look up to and kind of develop up under, this is the kind of player you want to have. He come to work.
You ain't lied. When it come to Grady Jarrett, he come to work, and this was a former 5th round pick. I want to say he was a 5th round pick. But he definitely come to work. And what was he?
5th.
5th round pick.
5th round pick, 2015.
He had a chip on his shoulder since he was drafted. You become this type of player, and you was a 5th round pick. That means you know the process. You understand. For those later pick guys that the Bears will pick, Austin Booker. He knows the process of what it takes to be that lower round pick, and then you put the work in, and you become a staple in the NFL.
You're a
Pro Bowler.
You've been to a Super Bowl. You sacked Tom Brady 3 times in a Super Bowl. How many defensive linemen can say that? Like this dude, like come on, like he know what he's doing. That was, I mean, granted they lost, but still, like he would. That wasn't his fault. It wasn't fighting out alone. But I'm just saying, like when you watch the tape on him, and you see him blowing up these lines and splitting these guards, like you got the Royal Guards. Oh, he Merlin. He the wizard that come into the kingdom and cast a spell and take the princess and run away. He's that dude. He's that disruptive and that chaotic when he's on that line.
Absolutely. So, Dev, I got 2 clips I want to play with Grady Jarrett. This is Josh Kendall with The Athletic, who covered him his whole entire career in Atlanta. I will play his some clips from him, but before I do, Dev, you want to say something before I jump and put those clips out there?
So we kind of talked a few times about wanting that dog and somebody who just is a football player who will do the dirty work that you need and stuff like that. That is him 100%. Based on what I've seen in his highlights, based on what I've seen in his interviews and shit, like he does not care about what other people think. Like he is going to go out there and do what he needs to do. And the fact of the matter is that he came to Chicago after being in Atlanta his whole career, being from Atlanta, and Atlanta is very sad. Like the Atlanta fans are sad that he is gone. And so when we go out there and we get a player that is so beloved by their franchise that they're that sad, they're that upset that he is gone, you know that you're getting a player that is going to contribute. And sure, he may be towards the tail end of his career, but
right,
he's still got some years left to play. And he's even said that he still thinks that maybe his best years are still ahead of him.
Still ahead of him.
I don't know if I agree about that, but like I like the confidence.
We gonna see. We definitely gonna see. And the dude was saying like, y'all don't even know me yet. Y'all don't, you don't know what I can bring, and you gonna see when OTAs come.
I know talk. I don't have to talk. That's what exactly. He said, I don't have to talk, but y'all don't know me yet. But trust me, all y'all gonna see. Y'all gonna be reporting. Hey, that's what we seen at OTAs. This guy, Grady Jarrett. He said, y'all basically what he said, all you reporters out here, y'all gonna be writing about me. All these. Look what Drew Dahlman said about him. Did you see what Drew Dahlman said? They said, oh yeah, Grady Jarrett. He's like, man, Grady Jarrett put me through them. I remember coming.
They battled every day in practice.
He said he put me through the ringer. That dude right there, that dude right there. He's a wrecker. Like he knows, and this is somebody that we and our coach that say like Drew Dahlman is so smart and so good. And he said, hey, look, this dude is good. This dude know what he's doing. He made me rethink a lot of things, and he taught me a lot of things when it comes to being a center in the NFL and what I have to go up against every Sunday. That's what you're getting in. Like I said, and I love the fact that he was like, it's okay. Like, what do you think you're gonna bring? It's fine. He's like, you think you still running? It's like they gonna see this power. Well, he said, no, they gonna see the strength and they gonna see the speed come OTAs.
So here is his reporter who watched him since they drafted him. This is what he had to say about Grady Jarrett and what he still had left in the tank.
Why do you think the Falcons then released him? If he could still be a good player on the field at times, obviously not the Pro Bowler he was a few years ago. So, like, what does he have left in the tank?
They tried to get a deal done, but clearly didn't try to get a restructure done. This is a team that needs cap space, but they clearly don't think as much of him as a player anymore as the Bears do. So now we get to figure out who's right there. They will say in Indianapolis, they said all the right things about Grady, heaped praise on him, but they would not say he was untouchable. We have now seen what they really think based on their actions. They think coming off of the ACL tear 2 years ago, headed into age 32 season, that his decline is going to accelerate. He had an okay season last year, a few splash moments. Do you believe that now, 2 years removed from the ACL, he's going to get back closer to consistently impactful like he has been, which is what the Bears seem to think? Or do you think what the Falcons seem to think, that this is the start of not going off of a cliff, but a downhill trajectory?
Why do you think the Falcons? Why?
So he told us what the Falcons thought about him, what the Falcons think that he has left in the tank, and basically he said the Falcons don't think he got too much left. And we saw this with Akeem Hicks. This is the thing. We saw this with Akeem Hicks. And this is why I wanted to, that's why I keep playing these clips from the guys who followed these guys in their career. Akeem Hicks was dominant until he wasn't. And when he wasn't, it was just like, bam, where he go? You know what I mean? It happened fast. And that happens with these D tackles who get in the trenches and they bang game after game after game. They hit that wall and it happens fast. So he basically was just saying the Falcons thought that, if it don't happen this year, next year it's going to happen. You know what I mean? It's coming sooner rather than later. Bear Truth said not being biased, but it wasn't just about what they think. It was about cap space, and he's an older vet. It was definitely about cap space as well, but you could manipulate the cap for the guys you want to keep. We know that. We've seen it. Thoughts on what we just heard? And I got one more. I could play it again. I could play the next clip real quick before we speak on anything he said. But like I said, I keep playing these clips just so we get another perspective outside of the Bears fandom, outside of Bears beat reporters, because a lot of Bears fans and beat reporters think everything is rainbows and sunshines, and that's just not how it is. That's not realistic. Okay, I'll play the next clip, and then we'll speak on it. Here he is again talking about Grady Jarrett. I kind of forgot what he was saying in this one. Here he is.
So were you surprised with the money he got after, whatever happened with the, failed restructure in Atlanta? It's $43.5 million with the Bears, with $28.5 million guaranteed. Sometimes when guys get released at that age, they have to sign a much smaller deal than that. So were you surprised that the Bears gave him that much money?
I was. I expected, as soon as he was released, I expected him to catch on, A, not immediately, but B, on a shorter term deal with a team that was closer to being a contender. I thought, okay, the Falcons have told us they think Grady Jarrett is done. If the rest of the league, done relatively. If the rest of the league believes the same thing, then he can catch on and be a great locker room guy, maybe ring chase a little bit on a short-term deal. The Bears don't think that way. And I think neither one of these organizations, frankly, has the track record where we can say, well, obviously, the Falcons are right here because they've made so many good decisions in the past. Nor can we say, clearly the Bears know something because they've got things figured out up there. They know what they're doing. We're just going to see.
We just gonna have to see. And I like the perspective that he putting it in because I look, y'all know me. I'm more of a pessimist, especially at this point with Ryan Poles. You have to be careful about praising these players because we just praised the 32-year-old Joe Thuney. Obviously I said that's an exception. We just praised an Adangbo who had 3 sacks last year. And we're going to praise another guy in Grady Jarrett, who the Falcons clearly don't think there's too much left in the tank. But the Bears do. The Bears do, and he just said it. Neither of these franchises, that's why we got to, tender our expectations. Neither of these franchises have a track record of being right. You know what I mean? That's
they
why
went with Kirk Cousins.
They went with Kirk Cousins and they keep it Kirk Cousins.
And not just went with Kirk Cousins, but at the time that they signed him, didn't they sign him to like the largest contract period like in history at that moment? It's obviously been broken a few times since then, but like they went and they signed him to like this massive contract, and he didn't even last 1 year before being benched.
Not even a full season. That's why
I don't know if I would necessarily trust their judgment, but at the same time, I get what he's saying too. I don't know if I necessarily trust the Bears' judgment either.
Exactly.
We've made some questionable decisions, although I don't know if we've made any paying somebody as much as they did with Kirk Cousins and then benching him after less than a year. I don't think we made any decisions that questionable, but I mean. We've made some questionable ones for sure.
The Mike Glennon move, Mitchell Trubisky's rookie year, Mike Glennon, I think we gave him a pretty decent. It wasn't Kirk Cousins. It was not. I ain't saying that. It was not. But we benched him week 4. I remember it was actually against the Falcons. Ironically, we did bench Mike Glennon, but you get my point though. I just want to see both ends of the spectrum. I want Bears fans to be smarter Bears fans. I said this a few shows ago, Wes. You know that the goal of this podcast, I want to help Bears fans be more intelligent Bears fans and smarter Bears fans because we deserve better from what this organization have given us. So we can't just take a Grady Jarrett and say he's going to be this and that because he has been before. We have to see everything for what it is in the full context. Wes, jump in here.
Let me unmute myself. How we go in here and we talking about praising Grady Jarrett and all this other kind of stuff, but we just said, like, hey, look, we had Nate Davis that didn't do the work.
Absolutely.
We had so many players that didn't do the work. You said it, Mark. Grady Jarrett is a 5th-round pick. He feel like he got a chip on his shoulder. And he said, oh, well, Atlanta feel like, he's done. He's watching. Let's be real. Atlanta don't got the money because what y'all just said, they gave Kirk Cousins $1 trillion. That's why they come keep him.
$1 trillion is crazy.
He keep, look at his track record of Kirk Cousins. He keep getting paid back $200 million. Like these draft, like don't put us with Atlanta. They paid him $200 million and then went and drafted a quarterback too on top of it. And then you still want to keep him around. Don't. Let's just say what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta can't keep people because they just don't got the money. Remember, we was in that situation before. Remember, we wanted to keep a lot of players in the past, but we just didn't have the money. And that's what it comes down to.
And that kind of go with Drew Dalman too.
With Drew Dalman too. You see what I'm saying? He was the best center on the market of free agency. And they couldn't keep him because they just admitted. You just paid your backup quarterback $200 million. Let's just be honest. And you seen Grady. You see what he said. I got this. He said, I got enough in my tank. If y'all really
he was confident. That man was confident.
You really think I don't? I'm going to show you because exactly what y'all just said. And I'm not praising him in the sense of I'm expected. I am calling his bluff in a way. You said you're going to show me. Show me. I seen you do it. So I believe what you're saying.
Right.
But you got to do it in blue and orange too, which I can understand that. So I'm not saying I'm praising him. I just know what we're getting if he lives up to it. Remember when Javon Dexter came in the last season and said, this is going to be I got this list. Remember he was on Twitter with his list.
I was pissed about the list. You know I was pissed about that list because I knew Javon ain't had that in him. I ain't gonna lie. I knew he didn't.
Right. You can question that. But if Grady Jarrett say, hey, look, I'm coming with five sacks, 27 QB hits, and 32 rush QB pressures, and all that stuff, I have to believe you. You know why? Because I seen you do it against one of the best teams in a Super Bowl. I've seen you do this time and time again. So I can understand the whole Dio praise kind of thing. I like what he do in his technique, and yes, he needs to grow. With Grady Jarrett, I don't even know what I'm talking about.
It's more the Joe Tooney, a little more that.
Yeah, it's like Joe Tooney. Like I don't have to question Joe. Dude, you think I'm gonna question Joe Tooney? Questioning him, you might as well go question the greatest players of all time. Like go question Michael Irvin then. Go question Barry Sanders then. Go question all these great people that you seen do this job when they say that they can do this job. We seen him do it. And let's just be honest. If Atlanta had the money, they would have probably kept both of them.
He'd still be here. Both of them would.
Both of them.
Still be there.
At least for one more year or another year, especially when you got a Michael Penix, a young quarterback that you need to protect.
You see why I told you to jump in here? I knew you had a lot to say. I knew you had some things to get off your chest.
It's crazy why y'all downplaying it. Like, be happy. We doing stuff. We got.
Absolutely. And I'm right there with you because overall, when we look at the totality of things, the moves that have been made, these are Ryan Poe's best moves. I was getting into it. I argued with my brother about this whole like Ryan Pace versus Ryan Poles, what moves were made. And I'm just like, I asked him, what moves do you like from Ryan Poles? Besides this year, I asked him, what moves do you like? Because I could tell you all the moves I don't like. I could tell you a plethora of moves I don't like, but he couldn't really tell me a real move that Poles has made. Now, if you add this year, you could stack them. Boom, 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 boom. You can start stacking the moves that he's made. And Grady Jarrett is one of them. With all the stuff that reporter, and I encourage our viewers to go watch that podcast, the Hogan Johns podcast, where they're talking to him about this because it gives more insight. I don't want tunnel vision Bears fans. I want knowledgeable Bears fans who know exactly what's going on. You know what I mean? Because it's easy to go watch Fox News or WGN that's in Chicago, whatever they got out there, and it's a lot of fluff and a lot of bullshit. We gonna tell you the real. We gonna tell you the good, the bad, and the ugly from both sides on this podcast. So if you listening right now, hit that like button for us, subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast. One word, no spaces. I'm your host, Mark Robb, top left, with my co-host, Chef West, at the bottom of the map, Father Dev, because he loved to keep the peace to the right of me. This is our 1 year anniversary. We started this a year ago. This is our 1 year anniversary, and we keep going strong. We're going to keep going. We got draft coverage coming up. We're going to have OTAs covered for y'all. Training camp as well. Look, back to Grady Jarrett. He is a upgrade from Javon. Even Billings. Look, I thought when you come to Billings, I thought the Bears was going to come in here and it's like, hey, look, Billings, you had a good year, but prepare to be a backup. Great year. Great season. Prepare to be a backup. You know what I mean? That's how you have to approach this, and I think that's how they approached it. You know what I mean? And Grady Jarrett does that for us. I don't know his numbers for last year. Do you know do you got any numbers on him? I didn't think they mattered too much because his name speaks for itself. Grady Jarrett does.
So let me give y'all the measure. Grady Jarrett is 6 foot, 288 pound, 31-year-old out of Clemson. 30 solo tack, 2.5 sacks.
Say that one more time. Talking. Yeah.
He got 30 solo tackles, 2.5 sacks. And I know everybody can say only 2.5 sacks. Go watch him. Don't be like you said. Don't be a fair weather fan. Go watch football.
Thank you.
Go watch some football before you.
He was really big in the run stopping too, though.
Run stopping.
And if you don't got the time to watch football, I'll put the tape together for you in a simple, short attention span, 1 minute clip for you, and show you the good. Like I showed you, Drew Dahlman, Javon Dexter during the year, Coleman showed during the year. Everybody, the good, the bad, and the ugly. It ain't just one-sided. It's not gonna be all good plays, and it's not gonna be all bad plays. You're gonna see a mixture of everything they did. You seem optimistic about Grady Jarrett, though. I like that because
I like that he bring this professionalism in and he bring this hard work. You remember last year? It's crazy because you keep saying it's our anniversary. I'm like, there was a year, man. Huh? But if you look at what he does, how disruptive he is, and this is what I want Bears fans to understand. We're not looking for our Trey Henderson. We're supposed to have that in our, $98 million defensive end, Montez Sweat. That's the guy. That's the guy where you go say, let me see the stats. And you say 7 sacks, 8 sacks. You supposed to get that 15.
He had 5 last year.
5 last year. And we were just clowning Dio and he had 8 a year before that. But it's to make, and I think Nick put it up there. We're complimenting our players now. We're not looking for our superstars. We got them. Y'all bought the jerseys. We got them. We got our superstars. We got that already. Now we're just complimenting them. We need people to force, those quarterbacks over towards Montez Sweat so we can have that 17.5 sack season. So we need that. We need Grady Jarrett to get that quarterback confused like Sam. I think it was Sam Darnold. We weren't going to be seeing those. So JJ had those 7 picks and all of that. You know what I mean? Like we need that to come in. I don't need him to actually have sacks on them, but I want to see his jersey right next to the quarterback every pass.
Because we watch football, we know it. And
I need
everything
him to
everything won't show up on the stat sheet.
It won't show up on the stat. I need him to go up that middle and make that running back juke towards Dio and juke towards Swift or juke towards the outside, and then we got Kyler Gordon, Spider-Man, flip tackle, knock him down. That's what we need. That's what we looking for.
So I don't know if I want to give our grades first or do I want to ask y'all this question first. Look, let's give our grades. Let's give our grades, and I got a question for both of y'all. I want both of y'all to answer for this, and it's a good question. Dev, why don't you kick us off with a grade with the Grady Jarrett signing? 3 years, $43.5 million, 28.5 guaranteed. Hearing from what we just heard from the Falcons beat reporter, what you thinking?
I'm giving him an A.
Okay.
I feel like the energy that he brings in, the way he talked about in his press conference, talking about walking through, seeing this stuff with Walter Payton and first of all, like that gives me chills anyways, just having him talk about that.
His press conference was amazing. If y'all haven't seen it, go check it out.
You're sitting there and you're looking at like this dude knows how to work a freaking media room. That's for sure.
He does.
And he's on the defensive, like he's a defensive tackle and he knows how to work the media room. That shows the type of player that he has been for his career, that he has had to get his training in for working the media room. Either that or he's just that like charismatic in general, but he kind of like definitely said some shit about Jordan Love, which everybody really liked, but I really liked how he turned to the guy and he's like, finish the sentence. What else did I say? And just like,
and actually, I do got the clip to play for that real quick. I'll let you finish, and before me and Wes go, I'm gonna play the clip of what he said. And I put it up there real quick. I downloaded it real quick. So, but I'll let you finish and because I won't cut it off. But go ahead.
Yeah, but that's just like the way that we were talking about getting somebody that can be one of those like we talked about the team captains or whatever, and how Joe Thuney is going to be probably a team captain, and he's going to be kind of like the leader of that offensive line, and probably even the like kind of like top dog in the offensive room. I feel the same way about Grady. Like Grady, he's gonna be out there, just like we're looking at him like he's gonna be just like holding people accountable and shit. Like that's the part that's gonna be interesting to see.
Yes,
he's holding people accountable, because we have had a problem with that in the past.
Oh my gosh, yes.
And having a guy that doesn't want to accept shit from nobody on that line is going to make Javon Dexter better. It's going to make Andrew Billings better. One, they're not going to have to play as much. It'll kind of be a rotation, most likely, kind of depending on what they're seeing, who's going to be in the game. And that'll probably keep Grady Jarrett fresh too. Like he doesn't have to necessarily play every single down.
And that's important. We haven't talked about that. I'm glad you brought that up because that's very important. He will be fresh.
He's 32 years old. We're talking about age a lot with these two older vets that we signed. And the way that I was looking at it was, for a while, Ryan Poles was only bringing in young guys, only guys in their mid to late 20s. Never anybody in their like late 20s, like 28, 29. Mm-hmm. Most of them were 24, 25, maybe some 26. And those were the guys he was bringing in, trying to get a younger team with a little bit of experience. And then he brings in a couple of high caliber veteran players. And those are the guys that kind of share their experience with all these younger guys that you now have. And that's how you build on like having that young of a team. You bring in some vets that can still do the job to kind of bring everybody up to their level.
So, Deb, before you get your grade, I know I wanted you to get but before you get your grade, I want to play. I just want to play it, and I put it together real quick, so it's gonna be a little unedited, but I just want to hear it. I just want to hear him say it because
it's a really good moment.
We have nice guys, and I know we were just talking about Lance Briggs and Alex Brown in the green room before we went live, but Alex Brown was talking about you can't. Ryan Poles likes nice guys. You need some hoodlums. You need some dudes that's gonna talk some shit. That's gonna get. Let me come on, Wes.
No. I say you need some motherfuckers, man.
You need some. Yeah. So what you need?
You need some motherfuckers.
Exactly.
Hey, that's
look,
it.
Darnell Wright is a nice guy. Braxton Jones is a nice dude. These are
DeMarcus
nice
Walker, so nice. You don't see him on the social media. He's so nice. His kids. He's such a great teammate. Go hit the quarterback.
And when you do it, call him a bitch while y'all getting up. But listen, we finna listen to Grady Jarrett at the press conference. If y'all have not, look, Bears fans, out of all the clips I showed today, it was a lot of info put out there. Go listen to them. But this one, Chicago's Grady Jarrett, Go listen to his press conference. This is what he had to say about Jordan Love.
Herb Howard with the Bigs, man. You talked about trash talking with Coach. I saw a mic'd up clip with you. Y'all was playing the Packers, and you passionately told Jordan Love to pipe down. Was
Go ahead, finish it. What else I say?
I can't. You know what I mean? I'm glad you know what I'm talking about, though. Was that just a regular football interaction, or was that something just a little bit more?
Man, you know when you playing ball, man, you know, doing this, you know, being professional and being able to talk and communicate with people is something. But when you playing ball, you cross some lines, you got to be able to go in that dark place, you know. And sometimes what happened in that dark place, you know, it get a little crazy. You know what I'm saying? And just being a competitor. And like I talked about mic'd up with some of the new media team here, and I was like, yeah, I know I got some crazy ones. And that was released. So the stuff that's not released got to be super crazy. But you got to have that dog in you. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, Jordan Love is a good quarterback. But you know, my thing is. So if you already can't hit the quarterback so many different ways. See, first of all, I chased him down the field over 50 yards. I went and caught him. So I got that speed on me too. Now that was 2 years ago, so I'm only getting faster. So then to walk away from me talking mess, I mean, what we doing? We ain't, you know what I'm saying? But I'm excited to get to go against him 2 times a year now, and you know, just try to help this organization get some wins over that other team.
That other team.
Man.
Over that other team. We ain't gonna say their name. That other team. Hey, Mark Rob, remember you was like, what we needed out of this house? Some DAWGs.
Oh my God.
That's a dog. That's a bear.
You can hear it.
That's a monster of the Midway.
Absolutely. I love it because that's just who I am. I put it out there. I talk my shit and I'm unapologetic about it. And he gives me those vibes because he earned it though. You know what I mean? He's earned it. He's a 5th round pick. Man, like he's a 5th round pick and he's made generational wealth for his family. And the fact that he had that moment against Jordan Love, just man, that was
what else I tell that boy? No, you heard what else I tell that boy?
Look, because Herb Howard, my boy Herb Howard, me and Herb Howard go back and forth on Twitter from time to time. We went back and forth in spaces, but that's Herb Howard asking that question, and he said you told him to pipe down. Nah, Grady Jarrett said what? What else I said?
That ain't what I said. Tell him what I actually said.
What else?
I'm professional. He said I'm professional. I know how to talk to people. And I'm good. But when you cross these lines. Anybody who plays sports, you know how it is.
You got to get onto that dark place, that dark
when
spot.
When you get on that hardwood, when you get on that pitch, when you get on that field, when you playing your sport or you doing your job, hey, look, I'm going to show you.
He'll crash out.
If
he got to crash out, he would.
I just tracked you down for 50 yards. What you talking about? Oh, hey, look, you still talking? You're a good quarterback. I'll be respectful. You can see he went professional with it too. Like I'm not gonna dog Jordan Love.
Right. He said he's a good quarterback.
You're a good quarterback, but I can't wait to play him 2 times.
That other team.
Because I'm a Bear now. Remember, if you watched it, he said I knew about what it was to be a Chicago Bear, and I know, but when I walked in this building. And I had that walk because he's a 2-time Walter Payton nominee. He said that too.
He is.
But when I walked in here, I truly realized what it is to be a Chicago Bear.
So look, let me ask y'all this question before we give our grades. I know I keep putting the grades off. Let me ask y'all this question, Dev and Wes. Would y'all rather we talked about the numbers, what we just paid Grady Jarrett and what we just paid Dayo Adengbo. Would you rather that, or would you rather give up a 2nd round pick and the money probably $5 million more for Trey Hendrickson? You rather have the Grady Jarrett and the Dayo Adengbo, or would you rather have 17 sacks? And you got to give up that set. You got to give up one of those seconds. I don't know if it's 39 or 41. You got to give up one of them. Now, with what we did today, we keep both picks. But that man Trey Hendrickson, That's different. He's different than both of them right now. Let's be honest. He's not the same. But what would y'all rather have, the 2 or the 1? And now, and after y'all give y'all answer on that, and then chat y'all can put y'all opinions in the chat as well. But I'll give my opinion on it.
Honestly, it's kind of tough for me, but I say we go with the players that we've got now.
Okay.
Because of the fact that when Billings went down last year, our run blocking was atrocious. And it wasn't so great before he went down. I'm not saying it got way worse after he went down.
Absolutely.
But it was still pretty bad early on in the season.
Absolutely.
And so the run blocking that we were doing was terrible. Mm-hmm. So we would need to upgrade that middle area anyways.
Yep.
But just to the fact that we upgraded the middle of our defensive line and got another edge, and if we go and get Trey Hendrickson, then we're looking at the fact that we paid Montez Sweat to do things that he's not going to be doing anymore. Like, we're not going to be expecting the 10 sacks from him, 12 sacks from him, because you're expecting that from Hendrickson.
Okay.
And you're not really going to get that from both of them.
Right.
And so we're at that point, then we're paying a lot of money for Montez Sweat when his production isn't going to really show as much. So,
Wes, thoughts?
Okay, let's go. Let's take it back to obviously you want a Trey Hendrickson. That's like not a question. But my thing about it is I rather take Grady Jarrett for what he was saying about how Billings went down and all that kind of stuff, because Montez Sweat's supposed to have at least 17 sacks. Remember when we traded for him, he had 10 in Washington, and then he came and gave us 10 or 9 or 8. So he had something like that. He had 16 to 19 sacks that season.
Okay. 12 and a half.
12 and a half. Okay. Yeah, 12 and a half.
That's a little high.
I thought
that's
he
a little
more.
high. Nah, yeah, I wouldn't correct you if it wasn't that. That was high.
But my whole thing is this. That's why we giving Montez Sweat the $90 million. How can we make sure that he gets to those 17 sacks? Because he can. You can't say that he can't. He's good enough to get there. That's why you bring in the Grady Jarrett. That's why you bring in the Dios.
Yep.
Like I'm saying, we're not bringing in our star defensive lineman. Unlike the O-line, the O-line is different. We're bringing in our star O-lineman.
Absolutely.
On the defense, we're building depth. We're putting players in that fit our defensive coordinator. And we're bringing in defensive linemen to make our secondary a lot better at creating disruptions and turnovers as well. That's what we're bringing in. It's like saying, hey, do you want to go get Sauce Gardner? It's like, why would I go get Sauce Gardner? I got JJ. I don't need a Sauce Gardner. I need somebody to compliment JJ. So, yeah, I'm not knocking Trey Hendrickson at all. But what I am saying is I would rather have it built how we're doing it. On top of the fact, if you see, like I said, I never heard Trey Hendrickson talk about it, but after I see what Grady talks about, how he talks, how he presents himself,
the intangibles,
how he talks about that. Remember, we were talking about, you said, hey, we got 9 captains on this team and none of them on the line. We got how many times we hear Montez Sweat talk last season? You know who's gonna be talking this coming season? Grady gonna be out there.
Grady
gonna be out there. He said, I got so many mic'd up takes that's the one that they put out. Oh, you didn't hear the other one. These is the kind of guys we finna bring in. Bears. We bringing in Bears to Chicago, and Grady is a Bear.
Yes, sir.
He's a Bear type player. He's a Bear.
Absolutely.
So I would rather have a Bear in there than, like I said, Trey Henderson might come in and be more kind of like you said, like Cole Kmet, so nice and so professional and nip tuck and all of that. He's like, yeah, I can be professional. You see, I got my suit on, my blazer, all that kind of stuff. But when I get in between those lines, I go to that dark place. Because that's what my job is, to go to that dark place.
You have to.
It's
too violent to not go to that dark place. It's too violent.
You have to. And I would take that over. Like I said, I can't say that. I'm not saying Trey Henderson don't have those intangibles too. I just haven't heard it. I'm not that versed on him. But I like where we at. So for everybody who's saying the Trey, and then you want to take a second round pick from me? Nah, we're not doing that either. The last couple times we gave away second round picks, they didn't even come to work.
Yep.
So I'd rather take my chance with my second round pick on some young hungry dude than bringing somebody in there who might not pan out because they look good over there.
That's interesting. Side. Y'all look.
That's my take on it. No, that's my just take on it. It's like I know, and like I said, I'm not an idiot. I know. Like I said, I always have to defend that Wes does know about football. Because I was called out.
No, because they try to call you out sometimes.
They try to call me out sometimes in the chat. Like I understand who Trey is. Don't get me wrong. But let's stop looking outside of Palace Hall and let's see what we need in Chicago and how we're going to build this team on top of that.
And look, that's why. That's what we do here. The chat gonna say what they want to say. They gonna say what they. You ain't let it phase you not one time. You show up and you.
I got my black bear hat on and everything today.
Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, that's a black bear right there.
That is a black bear.
That's a black bear.
Look. This question I asked y'all, and I didn't really form my answer. Like I've been thinking. I had this question ready for the show for about 2 or 3 days. You know how we do. We start talking about the rundown and what we gonna do. I had this question ready for y'all, but I didn't have my answer for real. But because I like to hear what y'all got to say about it. And I asked some people, like I asked some of my friends and everything. Me personally, though, I'm going with Trey. I'm going with Trey just because I think of it as the Khalil Mack move. Remember how we talked about that earlier, the Khalil Mack move? But look, hold on. When I say this, I'm not mad at it's not like I'm mad at the Grady Jarrett. You know what I mean? But if I was going to do one of the other, it seemed like the Bears love those picks because, like we talked about earlier, the Kansas City Chiefs wanted this year 4th round pick or 5th round pick. The Bears weren't even giving up a this year 5th round pick for Joe Thuney. They said, hell no, nah, it's not happening. So the Bears, Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles, they value this year's draft picks. You know what I'm saying? So you'd have to give up a second. You have to give up that 39. That's damn near a glorified 1st round pick. You know what I mean? So, but I'm look, shout out, what's good, Crooked Commish. I'm going with the Trey Hendrickson. I want more dogs. I want dogs. I want them. I want them. I want to have them on the leashes, and I want to be able to hold them back. Grady Jarrett is a dog for sure in personality and intangibles, and he's a dog on the field. I don't know what he got left in the tank. I'm not saying he don't have anything, but I'm going with Trey Hendrickson because I seen it last year and I seen it the year before. And remember, Trey Hendrickson was drafted by the Saints when Dennis Allen was the defensive coordinator. Who is our defensive coordinator? Now they let him slip. They let him slip through the cracks because the Saints are always in cap hell. I'm going with Trey Hendrickson. That's just a dog. That's a football player. But I'll tell y'all this: everything you and Devin has said about going this route, I'm right on board with it because I believe that it's going to help Montez Sweat a lot. Like Devin, you mentioned taking away from Montez. I do think these moves are going to elevate Montez Sweat. I watched some Dio tape. Hell yeah, that's gonna help Montez Sweat get more than 5.5 sacks. Hell yeah. But I just been tired of I've been waiting for my Khalil Mack. Hopefully we can get something like that in the draft, and you can't keep trading. You can't keep just trading free agent sign. You have to develop your own dogs. You know what I mean? So That's where I stand with it.
Yeah, that's all I Grady. That's all I Grady. Bring in some defense. Bring in some young defensive linemen. Sit them down in Professor Grady Jarrett's classroom, and he's gonna show you a 5th round, 4th round, 6th round pick how to get to the Super Bowl and stack Tom Brady 3 times.
And the way he talk, he lets you know you ain't even got to worry about it. You ain't
talk about it. I don't need to be up here and give you lip service, as they say. I ain't gonna give you no lip service. Like you saw the guy from Atlanta try to say, "Oh well, Atlanta feels like he didn't have nothing in his tank and all that." You don't think Grady Jarrett heard that?
Yeah.
You don't think he hit people saying, "Oh well, with the
got a bit of a chip on his shoulder"?
All this other, he said, "I'm a 5th round draft pick." On top of that,
I got generational money as a 5th round draft pick already.
5th round draft pick.
Y'all can't say nothing to hurt my feelings. You can't say nothing.
What you gonna do with this? Hey, what you gonna do with these young guys? Oh, I'm gonna put that. You know what they call that old man strength? I know y'all young. You know that old man strength that they call when you hit 40. When you say you get that old man strength, like he said, I ain't gonna say nothing. Just watch.
Any of y'all want to answer this question from Crooked Commish? I know we addressed it, so you can tell them we addressed it already.
We did address it already. It is yet to be honest, it's yet to be
determined.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's on that peak of it. But if we get that upside to him and all that kind of stuff, it definitely will be worth it. Yeah. But it could be like a too much spent. Because my whole thing is it
a lot of money? It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money.
It's gonna be the Tremaine situation.
Hold on. So do we all agree that Tremaine has not lived up to the contract?
No,
I agree.
Not to get paid what you paid, not to be a linebacker. Like, even if we didn't pay him as much money, you a linebacker in the Chicago Bears uniform. Do you know who put those fucking uniforms on? You know what Chicago linebacker mean? You ain't that. TJ feel like he knew. Jack Sanborn knew what it meant to be that.
Hey, TJ is one of the best moves I give Poles credit for. That move was low budget, and he's better than your $80 million, $72 million Tremaine Edmonds. So
we watching you. You can't get past. You can't get off a block from a tight end, dude. Like, it's crazy. But that's why you got these dios. That's why you bring these other people in. Hopefully Noah Sewell get back. Wait, they kind of want him to be. Like I said, I cut him last season when we did our 53. But hopefully, because that Jack goes. So my whole thing is, do we trade him? Trade him to who, Nick?
With the way he's been playing, no team's gonna want him.
Exactly.
Not with that money.
Just like Kirk Cousins. I would take Kirk Cousins for free, for sure. If I'm like the Giants or the Steelers, if it was for free, but I gotta eat up how much of his money? The same thing with Edmonds. It's like, if it was free, sure.
Yeah, come on.
Couch. Cool. But how much y'all paid him? Oh, that's preposterous. And this is why I want a lot of
keep going.
This is why when a lot of people talk about tight end, Cole Kmet. Do we overpay Cole Kmet? I said no, because you look at when Cole Kmet was being used, he was worth the money. That's why they gave it to him. And then you did the same thing that the LA did with like Jonah Jackson, what we were just talking about. When you play somebody out of position, you start doing kind of nonsense, or you're not using them, or you got them on a bench and you're not playing them. That's the difference. But for Tremaine, you're out there every down, every snap, and you getting showed up by somebody that make $3 million. Or something like that. I don't know what TJ made that. You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying. We all should.
It's not much more than $3 million.
It ain't.
It's something like that.
It's not.
He on welfare. He get food stamps, and he out there eating in your face every down.
So look, Nick. Okay, so what do we do going forward? If you talk about the Tremaine Edmonds situation, you got to draft. You got to draft. You have to draft. You have to draft. I'm gonna keep saying that. You have to draft because Ryan Poles can make all these moves in free agency because Ben Johnson's here. but you have to draft. You and Ben Johnson have to draft. That you got to draft what makes us the Chicago Bears. You can't keep grabbing pieces from all over the place. That ain't Chicago. They're not Chicago Bears. You have to draft players that make us the Chicago Bears. That's the most important part. Say that again.
I said we got the other word that goes with that.
What's that?
Development.
Yep.
You don't have, because we drafted some very good players with high potential, but we said, hey, go out there day one. You went from playing against people who were getting PhDs in basket weaving in the SEC to grown men like Grady Jarrett, who out here fighting for their life, who put food on their family tables, and you tell some kid to come out here and go up against them. And it takes, like I said, it's a mental aspect to this game as well. But now the Bears are in a kind of a place right now that you can draft these guys and they can sit back and watch. In 2 years, you can draft a quarterback and say, sit back and watch, Caleb. You know what I mean? Like, you could do these kind of things now at the Chicago Bears organization. Because how can Austin Booker and Daniel Hardy learn from Montez Sweat when he hurt the first 6 weeks of the season and they can't see and he can't lift and he can't, you know what I mean? Like, how can they do these other kind of things? Like, how can these corners come in? Now these cornerbacks can come in, we can get, and hey, look at what JJ doing. Look at what Kyler doing. We can bring them in. You know, like all of these, we got somebody to look behind, like, hey, draft a linebacker and say, be TJ. Just watch him. Do whatever he do. Eat what he eats.
Study
him. Study this guy. It's the same thing with Ben Johnson and Declan. Like, you see what Ben Johnson doing? Follow Ben Johnson path. Write it. Take notes. We have always been searching for the immediate answer as Chicago Bears fans for so long. And now, I feel like now we're in a position where we're okay. Now we can actually develop and take our times and be consistently doing good things. And we don't need Lovie Smith to come in and do it all.
You got a new coaching staff that we can hope that can develop these players too, like Karan Amagaji with Dan Roshar, and then the defense court, Antron Randall L can maybe help Tyler Scott get him going. You know what I mean? Let's do our grades though.
Hopefully, he can help Roma Dunze as well. I mean, Roma is still young. He's good, but imagine him taking a next level step, like to the point of him possibly surpassing DJ Moore as the wide receiver one.
Yep. And he that's the goal for him. That is the goal for him. That's what they're trying to do. So yeah, you are.
Hey, he led the wide receivers for 7 straight weeks, man. He was the third wide receiver, still ended up what 750, 785, something.
Which is crazy because a lot of people like to look at his numbers compared to like the other rookie wide receivers, Marvin Harrison. Who's the guy in Jacksonville? Who was his name?
Brian
Thomas. Brian Thomas. Yep. They like to compare, but you got
who they don't compare him to though? Marvin Harrison Jr. What he do?
I mean, but what I'm saying is he was a third option. And what he had 700 and some yards with what, 4 touchdowns, 3, 4, or 5 touchdowns?
3, 4 touchdowns.
That's you're the third option.
He had like 50 something targets.
Right.
I want to say 32 of them was first down. And I think half of those was third and long and fourth and long.
Zach Pickens, Commish said, Crooked Commish said Zach Pickens is the odd man out. He's going to make a big impact on OTAs. Look, he's been that, and he's going to be that again because Grady Jarrett, Andrew Billings, they will be starting. Jervon will not be a starter. I'm sorry, he won't. Jervon and Pickens will be the second unit, the second wave. But you got to remember, we re-signed Chris Williams as well.
Williams, I was looking at it. You got the, like, hey, Zach Pickens is gonna be a special teams guy.
Zach Pick,
maybe.
That's another pick. Rose.
We'll get
Pose
into that
made that I just don't necessarily agree with. But look, let's grade Grady Jarrett. Let's give him a grade on this move. I love that this Grady Jarrett. We probably spent the most time on him all day. I'll kick it off with the grades. He came in at what was it again? I know I keep asking y'all. Grady Jarrett came in at
43.
His contract 3 years, 43.
43.
Yes, I think that's what.
43 million. Oh man. We needed D tackle help for sure, and I hope they go get more D tackle help in the draft. This one's tough for me. This is one of the tougher ones because I want to go B. I really do want to go B, especially the way he talking. But I weigh everything. I look at everything, and I know everything the reporter said. It was a lot more said about Grady Jarrett in that interview. I just, we're not going to put their whole podcast on ours. I'm gonna go a B minus. How about that? It's like a C plus, but a little bit above the C plus. I'm gonna go a B minus on a Grady Jarrett move. Shameful. I'm gonna go a B minus on the Grady Jarrett move just because of circumstance and the overall picture of what was going on with him and what's going on with the team. That's my grade for Grady Jarrett. One of y'all could take it away.
I think Dev gave his, but we can reiterate your grade. So I'm taking a little sip because I got it.
Yeah.
Dev, I don't think you gave yours.
Yeah, I gave mine probably about like 10, 15.
Before you did the clip.
Before the clips and everything, but mine was an A, and a big reason and as part of that is how our defensive line looked last year, and getting a guy that is a Pro Bowler, former Pro Bowler, and he's been at a high caliber for his career. And other than the injury that he had like a couple years ago, if I remember correctly, he's pretty durable. Like he played a lot. And so I kind of look at it as like, okay, well, he can come in and there's a lot that the other players can learn from him.
Absolutely.
And the attitude that he brings, like the holding people accountable and shit like that. Like if he was on that defense last year when Tyreek had that like jabbering with a fan or whatever before running over during that Hail Mary. Like when that happened, I imagine
Grady Jarrett throwing him into the locker.
They're like talking shit to him right into his face. Like I don't know if I heard about any of that shit like happening afterwards and stuff. But like
no.
And these are the types of players that like will stand up to the coach if they're making a decision they don't really understand. Like they'll say something and be like I get that you're the coach. I get that your decision is final, but this is what I'm thinking and this is what I've noticed in the past, and be able to kind of give his experiences and stuff like that. And the coach is going to listen to that a lot more than he's going to listen to some like 2 or 3 year league player or whatever, where he's only been around long enough to like kind of develop his own skills, not really pay attention to the game. I don't know. That's kind of why I gave this signing as an A. It seems like it was a much bigger signing than I thought they were going to be making. Like after their offensive line stuff got wrapped up, I was like, okay, that's it for like our big moves. We're going to make some smaller ones. Yeah. And I was not expecting another like here's another high caliber Pro Bowl player that we are just grabbing now.
Dog.
That the Grady Jarrett, because they released him and then we signed him like what?
4 hours.
After? Like
4 hours.
No, this was shocking. It was a big move that I did not see coming at all, especially because he just got released. A, go ahead, Wes.
A plus. It's basically the opposite of Joe Tooney. On the other side of the line, you have somebody that you don't have to question like with Drew Dalman, his size, and Jonah Jackson, what happened. And let's be honest, like you played the clip and they like, well, the Atlanta Falcons felt like, and all this other kind of stuff. Like, let's just be honest, they just had the money for him. Just like they didn't have the money for Drew Dalman, like I said again. But when you watch football and you watch Grady and what he does and who he is, like I seen him play. Then because I've never seen him do, I never seen him talk until he became a Bear. And then when I heard how he talked, he said, "Hey, look, I'm a professional. I come in, I know how to talk to people," which tells me, hey, when our younger defensive linemen come in, I know how to talk to them. On top of that, hey, look, dude, when I get between those lines, it's havoc. And just like we were talking about with the whole Andrew Billings things and all kind of stuff, now we can rotate them through. You want to talk about he's going to be 32, but Andrew Billings going to be in there a little bit, and they're going to bring him in. And we know how good Andrew Billings was for us from time to time. So now you're gonna take Andrew Billings and put him in maybe a series or some snaps, and then you're gonna bring in Grady and let them take breaks and all this other kind of stuff and come in fresh. Like fresh legs, like you can. That's what we finna do.
Just like the Eagles. That's what the Eagles did. That's what they do.
If you watch the pressers, they said, I think they told Ryan Poles that, or they gave it to Ben Jones. They said, hey, did you see what the Eagles did? Something like, did you see the Super Bowl? The Eagles kept bringing in fresh linemen, not the fresh linemen, not the fresh linemen, and everybody know how good Patrick Mahomes is. But they kept taking him off his spot. They kept making it difficult. They kept, you know what I mean? Like getting in his face and all this other kind of stuff. They didn't get a lot of sacks in the Super Bowl. They didn't even get a lot of hits on a quarterback in the Super Bowl.
A lot of pressure. That's it.
It was a lot of green jerseys around Patrick Mahomes constantly. And that's what we need. And that's when I say, go watch football. Go watch tape. Go watch how these people play. Go watch how they work. Grady Jarrett is like I said, and you just said it. When he got released, I don't know if it was Dennis Allen. I don't know if it was Ryan Poles. I don't know if it was Ben Johnson. But somebody at Hallis Hall got on the phone with some agents and some owners and said, hey, what Grady doing? How much we got to pay him? What you want? What you want for him? How long did it take us to make a deal with Drew Dalman, the best center and free agent? It took
it happened ASAP. It happened ASAP once free agency opened.
Once free agency opened, it was like, oh, we already know. And then they said, oh, we finna get. Yeah, they did. They was, Nick. They came. They had a vendetta. You know who else got a vendetta, Nick? Grady Jarrett. He has a vendetta.
He does.
On his shoulders, on his back. That's why when he said, oh, even if you just go back and watch the whole thing, when it was like, oh, you kind of trash talk the Green Bay Packers quarterback. I'm like, nah, say exactly what I said. Oh, I can't say exactly. So you know who I am. You know what I'm gonna do. Oh, you think you got more in the tank? Oh, he said, hey, y'all don't know me yet, but wait to OTAs. Y'all finna see this speed. Y'all finna see this power. This confidence in this man who we seen can do it from time to time again. Like you say, Mark Rob all the time. Like Ryan has to hit on these prospects that's coming out the draft who we can assume that's doing this. We don't have to assume who Grady Jarrett is. He's a blow up the middle of the line. Remember everything. Yeah, Grady is a dog. Nick, tell your family. Tell them. Nick Rob. Tell him that dinner time. He's a demon. He is a shipwrecker kind of guy. So I'm so like, and I'm so baffled that all these podcasters, reporters, and everybody is so, oh, well, you know, it is the Bears. I'm like, I'm trying to remember when it was this many different people. Like, I could go back and be like, Khalil Mack, or we had this big draft pick, or something like this. But I'm like, they hidden. This is a combo. This is a Tekken combo. Whoever played Tekken, y'all play Tekken? excellent ultra combo. You remember that time? That's just what the Bears is doing in this offseason. It's crazy, and everybody is falling. And now people are wanting. We said it last summer, Mark. We was like, people and players should want to come and be a part of the historic Bears organization, and we trying to figure out why more players are not trying to get here and put on this blue and orange.
Yes. Yeah.
And now all of these players, Ben Johnson said it. We know why Antoine Martinelli wanted to do it. Yeah, they do. But these players like, hey, look, you got Drew Dalton taking less money. You got Joe Tooney saying, hey, I wanted to come here. They said they was going to trade me. And if you ask, and Andy Reid said, when we were finna trade Joe, he said, trade me to Chicago. That's what Joe 4-time Super Bowl champion said, I want to go to Chicago because I see what's going on over there. Everybody now wants to be at Hallis Hall. And we not done. Hopefully, I hope we're not done. I hope we're not done, Dev. I hope we're not done. We should keep pushing and constantly keep pushing.
The draft comes next. The draft comes.
Nah,
the draft.
They were just making some good points, so I just let them go on their rant.
The draft comes next, which we will get into the draft, and we're gonna talk about it a lot, and then probably cover each value position for the Bears. Running back.
Or they can just listen to Chef West, and you're big about 85% of that.
Look, man, I don't think we're gonna be able to get to a lot of the stuff we were supposed to get into today, but this show was very informative for a lot of people that was watching, and I do want to wrap this show up on this note.
You missed one.
Zacchaeus and Durham Smythe.
Yeah,
I mean, we look. It is what it is. We could talk about them, but it ain't Durham and Zacchaeus.
It's not special, but hey, look, they went and got Zacchaeus as a third, and then they went and got Smythe as another offensive lineman. Even if y'all don't want to think he is, that's what that dude does. He is a block. Remember what we thought Mercedes Lewis was gonna come in and do and just block, and he didn't do nothing. He just collected a check. That's what this dude finna do. So now we got a 6th offensive lineman, and now that take a lot. Like Drew Dalman said, I'm gonna take stuff off Caleb's plate. Daryl Smythe gonna take stuff off Cole Kmet's plate, and they both from Notre Dame, and they play. They know each other. Oh, you're like, yeah, you go out there and catch touchdowns. I'll block.
Definitely, but see, but the thing with that is, I'm not so sure they're not going to draft a tight end.
I'm not either. We should.
You know what I mean? And Durham Smythe's not even going to be a factor for real if they do that, especially if it's Tyler Warren, which we're going to get into all of that for sure.
I've heard one of the reasons that they went out and got Smythe to begin with is because Ben Johnson likes to run a lot of exotic things, and so they kind of. When he does the 2 tight end sets that he likes to use in a way similar to how they kept saying about Shane Waldron likes to use 2 tight ends, except for the fact that Shane Waldron didn't know what he wanted to do. Whereas Ben Johnson, if he says he wants to run 2 tight end sets, then they'll go out and get another tight end specifically to fill that role for Ben Johnson.
Of course, that's what Ryan Poles won. Ryan Poles won a Tyler Warren. He won oh my God, I drafted Tyler Warren kind of thing. That's why he drafted Rome Odunze. Like he foams at the mouth for those kind of things to do. I know.
Now that he's kind of done some of the other things that he needed to take care of, it allows him the luxury to be able to kind of draft some of those things that maybe are not needs, but wants.
That's why he was really okay with, I'll spend in free agency to get this offensive line on stuff. But he don't want to draft an offensive lineman at 10. He don't want to do it. It's just not in his character. He don't want to. He want to go get a big one.
It should be in his character because he's an offensive lineman. And he's supposed to be an offensive line,
But
knowledgeable guy.
he's been in
He
the
won't be
league and he
done.
sees the type of like exposure and stuff that you get for the flashy plays, and offensive linemen
Exactly.
aren't the flashy plays.
Exactly. That's why they cut him. He wish he was a tight end. probably.
That's why they cut him. It's crazy.
I don't know the reason that they cut him, but I'm guessing it was just he just wasn't good enough.
He
Look.
wanted to be Flash. Remember,
Look,
hey Mark, remember he wanted to move up to get Rome.
He did, and which is crazy, and that
That
makes
tell
me
you what kind of person
dislike
he
him
is.
more because what are you doing? What are you
Because he
doing?
want to be Flash. He want to be known. He knows
What are you
what it.
doing?
He knows
Devin,
what it means to be.
I won't ever
Chicago
forget.
Bears.
Dev said it.
What he say?
You're going to draft a third string wide receiver at 9 or whatever. What was it? 9 or 10? It was 9.
It was 9.
9?
And you're going
You
to draft
drafted a wide receiver 1, and you made him your wide receiver 3.
at 9. Which
That's
is
exactly what happened.
still
So I want
crazy
people
to
to
me.
stay clear. If you keep telling me he's your third, I said Romo is the number 1 wide receiver.
He made some number 1 wide receiver plays for sure. Definitely on those fourth downs, back shoulder throws that Caleb was hitting them on in those clutch moments. Look,
I at this point I don't dislike the selection of Rome.
no,
Like,
but
he definitely earned the draft pick that he was selected at, in my opinion. Like he
Yeah.
definitely showed that he deserved to be in that.
He could have
top
went
10
higher.
pick.
He could have went higher.
He probably should have, because I'm sure there were players that went higher than him that didn't produce very much.
Mark
And
Harrison Jr.
I mean, throwing in also the even like Michael Penix Jr. Like honestly,
he went right before him.
yeah, and I don't really understand that. I mean, it makes more sense now that we see that. Well, I kind of already knew that Kirk Cousins wasn't gonna be like what they were hoping for, but if you had another really like solid wide receiver out there for your brand new quarterback that you just paid a lot of money for, wouldn't it make more sense? Now, I can also go and say it would also make sense to draft the lineman in that spot. We had so many other holes to fill, but the way that they have filled out this team, I'm very excited for what is to come for this coming year between Caleb and Rome, because they're going to be working out all offseason. Like right now, they're probably on some beach somewhere running routes and shit like that, or they got Ben Johnson sending them plays and sending them stuff that he wants them to work on and stuff, and they like just chilling together, like going through their new plays and stuff like that. Because Ben seems like the type of guy that he's probably already sent them at least a dozen plays that they have to work on.
I need Nick down here next to me. I need my man Nick. Hey, bro, I need your people right here on this side of me. My man Nick Mello, he feel. I feel it. I like him. He got it.
Man, he look.
Family ties. He ain't lying.
I ain't gonna say too much on that because he be tripping sometimes too. So I gotta put him in his place just like I gotta do you sometimes.
Hey,
Wes.
nigga,
Sometimes you go overboard. But look, in all seriousness, what I want to do though, before we wrap this up, I do want to get everybody's best free agent move. You can include the trades too, because those weren't free agent moves, but you can include it too. And then worst free agent moves that Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson they did. I'll kick it off. My favorite move, and it's easy to go to Joe Tooney route, but I'm going Drew Dalman. We needed a center. I love that move. It not only was just a center, we didn't just go get a center. Like we could have got Ryan Kelly from the Colts, which we didn't get a chance to talk about today with the Vikings moves that they made. They were one of the team that got Ryan Kelly. We got the number 1 center. We got the number 1 center, just like we got the number 1 quarterback. We got the number 1 head coach this year. We get number 1 shit. It's time to put up or shut up. And Drew Dalman is my favorite. Drew Dalman is my favorite move of the offseason. Not only that, but we didn't give him the 19 million, the 18 million that he was projected to get. We gave him 14
Trey
million
Smith.
a year.
Remember, Trey Smith was what, 25.
Trey Smith was gonna cost us 25 million.
Honestly, I'm glad that he got franchise tagged. Imagine not having the players that we have because we had to go out and spend the money on Trey Smith. So then we get some and like you said about the Coleman Shelton being the third ranked center, we end up getting Coleman Shelton again.
Exactly.
Because of the fact that we can't afford Kelly either. Like, what do we want to do at that point? Skip to the fourth ranked one, thinking that there's a chance that he's better than Shelton, or at least stick with somebody that knew our organization from last year. And neither of those options were really that good to me.
I was giving Smith $23 million. I said it. I texted out. I told him I'd give him about that much.
Right.
I ain't gonna say it in line. Act like I didn't say that.
And he did but he deserves it though. Like it's not like he don't deserve it, but the pivot that we made benefit.
It was amazing. It was Hakeem the Dream, Elijah Wan,
Joe Tooney, 16 million.
We did, Joe. I never did like. Well, I remember when you text me. You was like, "We got Joe." I didn't even think. I was like, I'm still thinking like. And then I saw the comment in the video from the head coach for the Chiefs. Well, I can't think of his name. Nuggy. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of.
Andy Reid.
And Andy Reid was like, "Yeah." It was like, "How you feel?" He was like, "Yeah, we knew Joe was gonna leave." And it was like, "How you feel?" He's like, "That's where he wanted to go." Joe Tooney, think about it. Joe Tooney was drafted by the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went to the Chiefs. And then he said, I want to go to Chicago.
Everywhere he's won.
Winners, Dub Club, winners. I want to go to Winners. You think he don't know what winners look like?
He's
we
traumatized. Some pretty big ones so far.
Yeah, I know. We traumatized as Bears fans. It's like, oh well, winners.
So,
who's your worst?
Drew Dahlman is my best. I'll give my worst. My worst is definitely not definitely.
It's mine too. But
it is. Huh?
I know you're gonna say mine, but go ahead.
It's Dio. My worst is Dio. Dio Dangbo is my worst move.
I didn't think that was gonna be your worst, Wes.
Yeah, damn. Look, I said nope, not even close. My bad. I thought.
I don't. I'm wondering. I'm looking at I don't know who your worst would have been, especially if it ain't him. That's just mine. Because like I keep saying, it was a traits over production move, and it's a balance. You got to have a balance. When you do go traits over production, you can't keep going traits over production. Some guys got to have the production over the traits, and some guys got to have the trait. This guy got paid a lot of money, and it's kind of like Gervon Dexter when we took him second overall. Not second overall, but second round. I'm looking at you now. I'm watching you. Because you got paid the money that you got paid, so I'm gonna watch you. Just like Gervon got drafted, where he got drafted, I watched Gervon. I studied this tape, and it's underwhelming.
Go watch Dio tape.
No, I seen the Dio tape, and I'm gonna break it. I'm gonna cut it up, and I'm gonna release some stuff to just
crazy. Some of the things he did, it's crazy.
Absolutely, and I need to see it for us, and I need to see him get.
I feel you on that one.
I need to see him get home. We could talk about.
He's always home. If you see him get home, he always home. You want to see him
bring the quarterback down? No, I need to see him bring the quarterback down.
Yep.
I don't need to see a stat. I need to see him bring a quarterback down by the back of their jersey, swipe their leg. Push him. I need to see it. That's what I need to see. So he's gonna be on my radar, just like Gervon.
I'm gonna put Dio in my. I'm gonna hang my hat on him all season, just like I did Roshan. I'm gonna hang my hat on him. I got you.
Yeah, and Roshan didn't do anything.
Roshan got a concussion, and he felt like. For me, we can talk about that later on, but I feel like he got that concussion. and he wasn't feeling good, and the CTE stuff and all the other kind of stuff. I feel like it messed with his head. Like I said, I spoke to Roschon Smith in Washington, and he was on point. And when we was on Golden One, Shane decided to get a ball to a fucking offensive lineman instead of him.
Mr. Kramer.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Look, but
that's different.
I'm
That's
watching
a different
him.
story.
I'm watching him. I'm watching
I
him
got
like I was watching Braxton when they brought Braxton in as a 5th round pick to be our starting left tackle. I'm gonna watch him like I watch Javon Dexter. My best move, Dahlman. Worst move, I'll put it up.
Go in your room and talk
Dio
You see,
Adengbo.
you're not out here saying that Dio was a bad move necessarily.
No,
You're just saying that it remains to be seen. You need to wait to see more. And who knows, maybe we might see more with the OTAs and stuff like that. And all of a sudden we're hearing about how great he's coming off the edge. And
Absolutely.
that'll make you feel a lot better about it. But
Absolutely.
as of
He
right
could
now,
explode
the way
for-
that you feel.
He could explode for 10 sacks for us this year.
At least
I'm not saying that's out of the question, but from what I have to go off of, it's a risk.
It's the money.
and It's a lot of money. It is a
It's
lot
the
of
money
money.
for you.
It's a lot of money, and the production is low. I'm not a trades guy, so I need to see what, because it'd be different if I saw that there was production and we paid a guy a lot of money that had production. We paid a guy a lot of money that don't got the production. So I want to see it. But that's my best. Drew Dahlman, we needed the center. I wanted the center over any of the guards. Joe Tooney, look, that may be one of y'all's. I'm gonna let
That's
y'all speak
easy.
on that. I'm gonna let y'all speak on that. But I think the most important was the center position, and we needed to get an edge. And our edge.
I knew Mark. I knew you was going to irk my
Say that again.
I said I knew you was going to irk my nerves with your picks. And I love you for it. Go ahead, Father Dad.
I'm gonna throw a wrench in everybody's thing. Okay.
Try.
My best free agent move. I really like that they re-signed Blackwell.
Oh wow.
I feel like, yeah, the rest of it was great and all, and like as a unit, I'm excited to see what the offensive line does, but we've got some questions and concerns when it comes to our safeties.
Yep, absolutely right.
And re-signing Blackwell, who played significant time last year,
We're drafting a safety.
due to injuries. We're probably going to draft a safety because we also got Byard back there who's getting up there in years. So
Yep.
we're definitely going to be needing to kind of transition in a new regime in that safety room, and bringing Blackwell back. He did great when he was called upon.
Yep.
He handled business, and then he had that freaking kick return for a touchdown against Green Bay, where nobody even knew he had the ball until he was halfway up the field.
Yep.
I wouldn't necessarily say that is my best free agent move, but it was one that I really liked. And if I'm kind of looking at outside the box type of thinking,
Right.
like obviously the others were really good, and I like them as a unit,
Mhm.
but I like the fact that they're also realizing that, like, yeah, we put a lot into the offensive line and the defensive line,
Mhm.
but we didn't forget that there are other areas we need to kind of keep in mind.
Brisker is probably going to miss games, fellas. He's
That-
probably going to miss some games.
I'm sure they're drafting a
not.
safety for the express reason that he might not come back.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I mean, at this, like, I hope he comes back because he is a hell of a player.
Don't Grant Hill me.
I'm really, what I'm hoping for is this new defensive coordinator can get to Brisker and get it through to him that he can't be playing like that, all like loose and free with his like health. He can't be taking those like head first attacks and shit. Like, no, you can't be doing that. Like, teaching him a better way. Like, we have a new coaching staff in there, so hopefully we've hired the right people for the job. We've got some interesting new people on the assistant coaching staff and stuff like that, like the positional coaches and stuff. So hopefully somebody can get through to him and he's not done for good. I don't know.
It is a risk. Too many. It's too many concussions. It's like, I think you'd be crazy to think he's going to stay healthy all season. It's not going to happen. Not with his style. That's what got him here. That's what got him the money. That's who he is. He's going to do it. He's going to revert back to his habits, no matter how much you try to coach it out. Once he's tired, once his body is worn and he's in battle and war, he's going to revert back to what he knows.
He sees a chance.
Look at Megatron. Look at Megatron.
Yeah, and he's going to try to lay up. He's going to try to lay that hit. He's going to try to lay that hit.
Barry
when
Sanders.
You get a chance, and there you go. And
you can't tell these people to stop being what made them great. Like you were saying earlier on, Mark, about like this is what I did to feed my family and bring generational wealth to them. Tell me to stop? No, I'm not. I'm gonna die between these lines. That's Jaquan Brisker, and I hope that he don't get as many concussions. And that's my whole thing with Roschon. He didn't realize that, hey, when you run the ball, pick your head up. Because he studied dip his head down and he got that concussion. And then he got, it's like raising kids when they realize, oh, life is real. When he got that concussion, life is real. You see, he put the Guardian cap on. He started not being so initiative to contact.
But that's who Roschon Johnson is. Like, if he's not that, he's not the player the Bears drafted.
He was the player that the Bears drafted, but like you said, in between these lines, it's war. Listen to what Grady said. Listen to what these football players. You say the word all the time, Mark. Violent. And a lot of these people ain't ready to be violent. We don't need nice. We need dogs. We need motherfuckers. And Roschon Johnson realized, oh, maybe I'm not a motherfucker. I thought he was. I seen him run hard against college players. But when you go against people like Grady, like Trey, like Aiden Hutchinson, when you going against these guys who like, this is my money, dude. I will knock you into next Christmas if I have to. If you're not down for it, then that's fine.
You look, Brisker. Blackwell will be playing safety next year. That's what I think. Blackwell will be playing some starting safety next year. What is your worst move, Dev?
For me? Honestly, I would say the wide receiver we just got from the Commanders.
Zaccheaus.
Okay. You so smart, Devin.
I mean, I don't really see that he made a huge impact.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems kind of like one of those like, okay, we just need somebody. We just need a warm body to throw in there. And it's like, well, if you're planning to draft a wide receiver, that'll be a warm body to throw in there.
Mm-hmm.
So it almost made it feel like they're not planning to draft any wide receivers, but they have enough picks that they should be able to get something later on that they can kind of develop into whatever they feel like. Absolutely. And I know that our wide receivers coach is a pretty fired up guy from what I remember watching him on the Lions sidelines. So I don't know why you get it's not like you're replacing Keenan Allen with this guy, because Keenan Allen was like a good, solid wide receiver. Right. I don't see that from this guy.
You replacing Keenan Allen with Ramadan today, by the way.
That's what they're hoping Rome takes the step to number 2 and you know, and yeah, no, Zacchaeus is not going to be what Rome was. But the thing with Zacchaeus, they need a blocking wide receiver. They need somebody who's going to do the dirty work. And
Help
DJ probably won't do that dirty work, and it ain't gonna be Rome either. So they need a guy that can come in and do the dirty work. Tyler Scott is still on the roster. I don't think he's a blocker at all. He's too small. Definitely low hanging fruit. This move is definitely the least impactful move, I guess. And unless he just show out, we'll see. Yeah, you know, a lot is left to be seen, but I'm right there with you.
Like I told you, Mark, like go look, and I tell everybody, go look at Zacchaeus' film with Jaden and watch where the ball went every time he catches. And I'm gonna send it in our group chat. I'm gonna clip it out so you can see it. He is a ball hawk kind of receiver. Like that ball could be in his ankle. Yeah, that ball could be in his ankle. He gonna get it. That ball could be behind him. He gonna get it. Remember how many times Keenan was falling, or DJ, or even Rome, it was falling because our rookie quarterback was learning. That's what Zacchaeus does best. Because he don't need no yak. He don't need yak. He won't catches. I think that's why. But I do agree with them on best first kind of scenario as far as acquisitions.
Wes, best free agent move.
I'm going to go worst first. Because just like Dev, my worst is Zacchaeus. And it is not that I don't think he will be beneficial to us.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying it's reaching bottom of the barrel. Whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I get why we got him, all of this kind of stuff. But when it comes to what I think of the Bears and how we need to move forward, I'm like, we got Colin, we got these other kind of people, we got Tyler Scott, we got other kind of people. So that my worst acquisition. I don't want to really talk about it that much. My best Zacchaeus Alameda. See how I did that? So I know his name. My best acquisition, and I love it because I can finally do it. My best acquisition is Io Alabino. For me,
your best is my worst.
Of course. Because I know who Montez Sweat is. I know he's a 12, 13, 15 sack a season person. I know who Grady Jarrett is. I know he's a middle of the pack disruptor. But I watched Dio do Dio shit. I watched his technique. I watched his swim move. I watched his spin move. I watched his stunt. And I'm like, this kid, and I can say that because I'm 40 years old and he's 25. This kid knows what it is to be a football player. And I'm going to tell you guys, it will not show up on those stats for y'all.
It's going to have to.
No, it's not. It
or
don't have
be
to.
In 3 years or 2 years.
He might be going in 3 or 2 years. That's cool. But I implore you all to go and watch the tape. Because my whole thing is, I got Montez Sweat at like 10.5 sacks. Easy plus next season. I got Grady Jarrett at 17-27. Quarterback rushes. I got him at 32 quarterback hits in my mind. because this kid, he runs around this defensive line back and forth. You remember how we talked about Jonah Jackson and how they played him out of place and all that kind of stuff? You cannot put Dio on a defensive line out of place because he's going to do it all. And everybody, if you don't believe me, just Google it and go watch this kid do it.
He got good tape. He got good tape.
Look at it. If you're a football player, if you're a defensive lineman, go watch his swim. Go watch his bull rush. Crazy. He's 6'6", 280. Watch his bull rush. Watch all the things he do. The reason that I say that he is my best pick is because everybody in Chicago kept screaming who we're going to put on the other side of Montez Sweat. This kid, he's not just the other side of Montez Sweat. He's the third string backup to Grady. He's the third string backup to Andrew Billings because he will line up in the middle and disrupt. And I know people are like, oh, so much money, all this other kind of stuff. I got a lot of faith in what he does, what he brings. And then you bring somebody in like Grady Jarrett, a professional, who's going to show this 25-year-old, he's 32, he's going to show this young buck, hey, be professional. And then when you give it in between these lines, go crazy. You know, bro, go crazy. And that's what Dio going to do. That's why Dio is my pick as the best. He covers a lot on that line.
I'm optimistic about Dio for sure, but all I got to go off of is what I got to go off of. And you look, when you pay contracts, you don't pay people for what they did. You pay for what you think they can do in the future.
True.
And
true. That is true.
They're paying him for what they think he can do. He's not getting paid off the 3 sacks that was last year. So,
I will say though, I think contract extensions are generally done off of what you've done.
Yeah, yes. Once you're in the building, you take care of the guys that's it. You take care of your own. And
but we watched DeMarcus Walker. We watched what's the other one that you know? Javon Dexter. We watched these one-dimensional defensive linemen that we got that can't figure it out. Even Tremaine Edmonds, like we watched y'all be one-dimensional and only good in one situation. And I watched this dude when they said, "Hey, look, go ahead, go." How many edge rushers, even Khalil Mack, they said, "Hey, go in there, and we want you to be like the nose tackle." And then I seen tape of him multiple times go down in there and swim a center. Coleman Shelton ain't got nothing. If it was Dio versus Coleman Shelton be out there getting ice cream because he'll swim right past him. Like that's what this dude. And I watched this. I'm like, this dude got really good. I can tell that this kid focuses on his technique and his job and to be really, really good at it. And I don't want nobody, and I'm saying it right now on our anniversary, don't worry about the stats. Just watch the games.
Which, you know, we're going to do. We're going to watch every game. And we shall see. With a lot of these picks, a lot of these signings, we're going to have to see how it shapes out. But in all totality, the Bears' moves look pretty fucking good. I wish I had a clip of Amon-Ra St. Brown again speaking pissed off that the Bears seem to have unlimited cap space.
It's a bunch of football podcasts. Even Michael Parsons was like, well, what do you mean? This because he went up to, I think he went to Seattle. DeMarcus Ware. But I wasn't gonna win there, and I watched DeMarcus Lawrence. Yeah, he like I wasn't gonna win there and all this kind of stuff. He was like, I was either gonna come here or go to Chicago. And I feel like Michael Parsons was mad because we didn't go all in on him either. Like it's a lot of this crazy, and I I can't stop smiling thinking about like it's so many people in the NFL, free agents, and people who work trades and they get out of the season. They're like, I think I want to actually come to Chicago.
The narrative definitely changing around the league.
It is.
When it comes to players, it's still skepticism within the media, but the players are seeing what's going on.
The players tell the truth. And we said this, remember,
here.
we said this last year. Me, you, and Dad. We said, why wouldn't players want to come and be? Why wouldn't you want to walk through the doors of Hallis Hall? Do you know it's Hallis Hall? Like, why would you want to come? And we said we didn't know why. We talked about Eberflus and all the other kind of stuff and whatever. And we talked about Virginia and the organization and all that stuff. And I'm like, yeah, players should want to. And guess what? 1 year later, they like, we'll take less money to come to Chicago. Nah, the Knicks ain't the Bears, though, Nick.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nah. Look, it's getting late. We gotta have some dinner. I gotta go eat some dinner, and we gotta get up out of here. We had a lot more planned, but look, we'll be back again next week. We'll be back. Probably gonna be some news dropping this week that we're gonna have to talk about next week. Any final thoughts from y'all fellas before we sign off?
Nope.
Wes?
You Bears fans should be happy at what we're doing in our organization. You can disagree about this. You can disagree about the money. You can disagree about contracts and all this other kind of stuff. But you have to be excited about what we've done as of late. The best court, like I said, the best coach that was out there said, I want to go and coach the Bears. The best players say, I want to go play for the Bears. The best quarterback plays for the Bears. And if you watched us last year, I was not really there with Caleb. But the best quarterback plays for the Bears. This team right now, don't look at the stats. Don't look at the treasure. Don't be so down about it. Be cautious because we still have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But I am watching, and I'm like, and like I told you, Mark, you was like, oh, yeah. Even last year, like, they took Roma Doomsday. And I'm afraid, like, they took Roma Doomsday, and they want this good look. I'm like, okay, cool. But next year, I guarantee you, what I say, if you want to go look back, if you go on YouTube, go to Black Podcast, and Chef West
you definitely spoke about next year.
Next year, we're going to go blind.
It shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have been a year late. You had a rookie guy.
That's Mark
in there. You can't treat your rookie quarterback the way they treated him.
This is me,
but no, I'm right there with you. Wes.
I knew he was going to go crazy on the offensive line, like crazy on the trenches, and all that kind of stuff. Because we had a lot of holes to fill. We had a lot of things to correct.
We did.
And it's draft by draft, free agency by free agency. Like, I am not gonna give me. You want to give me $14 million to be the center for the Bears? I would love to do it, but I'm gonna be laid out just like they was all last season. You know what I mean? That's cool. Like, draft by draft, I feel it. I like it, and we just gotta keep pushing. And I know it's uncomfortable to be excited about the Bears. But Mark, I tell you, Chef West, I'm always excited about the Bears.
Thanks for that, Wes. Thank you for that. Look, 1 year anniversary. This makes 1 year for y'all fellas. I know I was doing it a year before that, but not as long. Didn't go through a full off season like we did this past year. And I'm glad I did it with y'all fellas. Look.
They was trash. I don't care.
They were. But there's more to come from us. This is only the beginning for the Black Bear Podcast. I'm your host, Mark Rob. Co-host Chef West, take a shot for me too, and other co-host Father Dev to the right of me. We signing off on this Sunday night. You're gonna get some dinner and get ready for the work week. But look, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast. One word, no spaces. You can find us on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. We
Man
gonna
on
be
the
back.
moon. Yeah, what? Mars, Jupiter.
We gonna be back next week to chop it up with y'all, and we'll see y'all then. Peace.
Take 2 of these.